to embark on our journey and follow the yellow brick road. 6:01. What is today? June 10th, 2019. First session of our budget workshop. Let's see. Just missing Johnette, right?
Yes. Patrick doesn't want to sit by me yet.
Well, that's Patrick. He can do what he wishes. Some people are incorrigible, so.
You learn quickly.
Here, this is yours.
No, don't give him a book. If he wants it, you know.
Shoot, this is not as much as I brought. I brought last year's budget, and last year's presentation, and this is what you give me in return.
Okay. So, officially call to order. I didn't say call to order, so yeah, this is officially call to order. We are now called to order 6:01.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, Kevin, you're going to lead us off.
I will start us off. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for being here this evening. We do have a lot planned for this evening and for tomorrow evening. We've kind of broken it up into 2 days. You had selected 2 days, today and tomorrow, from 6 to 10. I do think tonight is going to be very pressed in the 4 hours, but we kind of have it broken down into talking about the general fund today, and then tomorrow we'll focus on the utility fund and all other funds. So tonight's purpose is to discuss with you preliminarily where we are in the budget process. We are still in the budget process. We're still working on the budget. We still have a lot of preliminary numbers, both on the revenue and the expenditure side. We are still considering various things on the expenditure side. And we also want to be able to talk to you tonight about where we think we're going to end this fiscal year. So as part of our normal budget process, we do 2 things. We look at where we think we're going to end the current fiscal year. So every department, every division, when they're working on their budget, is also forecasting and projecting for the end of this fiscal year where they're going to end up. So we're going to talk to you tonight about FY19 and where we think we're going to end the year, talking about the variances and why we have those variances. And we're going to talk to you about the FY20 budget, again, the preliminary budget, what it looks like on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. And we're going to go through a number of different things for discussion and for your input as we go through it. Recognizing that, again, that we're still working on the budget. The budget is, by the charter, the city manager's responsibility to propose a budget, and that is due July 31st, which is about 6 weeks, 7 weeks. And then when it's proposed, I file that budget and I propose that to the city council, and at that point it is the city council's budget. And if you wish to make changes after that point, that is a policy decision, a discussion that the council will have. But obviously I want to get your input going into it so that when I file that budget, it is in line with what you are wanting and what you have directed. So your binder has all of the presentation for tonight. It has the detail agenda, the order of how we're planning to present stuff tonight. This discussion, so if you have questions anytime during that, is open for that. And we've got several places in there too where we will ask you for your input specifically. And then there's food over here. Hopefully we'll take a break at least halfway through.
You're looking at me like I got to call a break.
So we'll try to do that, but I do, like I said, we've got a lot to present tonight. Tomorrow night I know is not as much. If it looks like we're going to go late, if you want, we could stop at a point tonight and just carry it over to tomorrow if we need to.
Just a very high-level question.
Yes, sir.
I see on the agenda the state legislative impacts of the budget. I presume that's 3.5%.
Yes, we're going to talk to you about the legislative impacts, including the 3.5% and the other impacts, such as the red light zoning, franchise fees, and things like that.
Okay, so my question is that tonight or is that tomorrow night?
That's tonight.
That is tonight.
That is tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I will say that 3.5% does not impact us in the FY20 budget. That will be an impact in '21. But we are going to show you what that impact looks like. Okay. So starting off, I always like to start off with the strategic planning course, kind of the overview of how the budget is part of what we do as strategic planning. For the new council members, I know you just saw this a couple weeks ago when we had our new council orientation. The council members who have been on council have seen this a number of times before. But in the strategic planning cycle, the council's role is to set the mission and goals for the city. You, as part of your annual retreat, you typically do a SWOT analysis. You look at the environment and you determine, are your goals still what you want? Do you need to make adjustments to that? What are the objectives and the priorities that you want to see over the next year, the next couple of years? Staff uses that input from you as the objectives and priorities to formulate our action plan and our work plan. And of course, we can't achieve the work plan if we don't have the resources to do it, so that is why the budget process is a key component of achieving the council's mission and goals. So when we are doing that, we're kind of looking at what does the council want us to do, how do we achieve that, what are the resources we need to achieve it, and that's part of this budget process. And then once the budget is approved, then we are off to implement that work plan, implement the budget, and review where we are and how well we're doing on that. And then again, we come back with the council at the annual retreat, and then we see where we're at. So the council's capstones in 2014 was when the council originally adopted some capstones, what they call capstones, or made your priorities, your goals. Those have been tweaked and adjusted over the last few years. Last year's retreat, the city council did not review the goals and capstones. You focused on some specific topics. So really the capstones that we're still looking at were the ones that were adopted after the 2017 retreat, and the council approved those in early 2018. And you can see what those are there on the right-hand side. The one new one was the last one was to become a best practices organization. And then youth sports tourism and tech forward were combined into growing Duncanville. These were the objectives that the council, when we had that retreat in 2017, the council listed a number of different objectives and how to achieve those goals. And then through a prioritization exercise with dots, these spell out as the higher objectives, the higher ranked objectives or higher priority objectives by the council. We've been working on these through the last 2 years. Some of these, as you see, were not achievable. We did review a convention center, did a convention center study. We proposed that to the bond steering committee. It did not make that list, that recommendation. We've not hired any event planner. We do look at city events as we can. And then phase 2, design for Main Street, was also another project that we specifically discussed with the bond steering committee. That was recommended by the committee as an option for the council, and then that ultimately did not go forward to the voters. The other things we are continuing to work at, code enforcement, of course, is always ongoing. I feel like we've made strides in that area, but there's always room for improvement, and we continue to work at that. And I think the town hall meeting that we had was very successful in helping citizens understand where we're at, what we're working on, and we continue to make efforts at that. And economic development as well. As we will note later on in our presentation, our sales tax is actually going down, however, due to some various reasons. So as I mentioned, we developed our work plan. The council adopted this work plan in March of this year. And our work plan is basically the staff's plan. This is how we intend to accomplish the goals of the council. So we break them up into 3 different categories. One is our internal category, and that is really kind of what we see as, if you will, the best practices types of things, the things that we need to do internally to promote our organization usually. Our work plan also aligns with the council capstone, and as you can see in one of those, the second column from the right is the council capstone. So that makes sure that what we're doing is aligned with what the council's goals are. The second category is external. Most of our work plan items are in the external category, and these are the types of things that are to improve quality of life for our citizens. Also should mention that in the work plan you have a copy in your book. We do color code the items as we update it. If it's in yellow, it means that it's in progress. If it's blue, it's complete. If it's white, it still hasn't started yet. And then the last category is our leadership category, and again, how we develop our internal organization and build what I would call our bench strength. How do we develop our employees to be the future leaders in this organization? And we have some objectives in there, some work plan items that we've undertaken to try to continue to build and retain our good employees. Okay. So just a quick overview. There are 99 different items on our work plan. As of this update, 21 of them have not started. Some of those are research ideas where we will research a program and look at it for possible future discussion with council, future budget consideration. Some of those items are contract. For example, a number of them are utility construction projects that have not been bid out yet or awarded, so they haven't started. We have 69 work items that are in progress. Some of those are ongoing. We try not to, usually we'll list, if it's something that's going to continue year after year, we'll list it as a work plan item for the first time when we're implementing it. And then once it's implemented, we'll usually take it off the list because otherwise it would never show as complete. And then we have 9 items that have completed. I'm going to just run through a few things. We picked some that are to highlight. As you know, we completed our install of Tyler Munis for our budget and purchasing our general ledger and our human resources payroll. We are continuing to implement more modules on the HR side and employee self-service, applications processing, etc. That is ongoing. They're not as time critical as those other pieces were. Traffic control box program, ART program, you remember that. Those of you that were on council last year, you selected some designs. We are in that process of getting those the artwork in production, and that was for some select traffic control boxes around Hastings and around the downtown area. A retaining wall, we're working on with the Duncanville Design Studio and the high school art department for some artwork on the retaining walls around Cockrell Hill and Daniel-Dale. If you recall, that was an item that came up that y'all brought up during that retreat last October. And then the IACP study on police staffing, gave you that report last week. So those are still ongoing. The integrated library system, as Julio reported to you before, has been completed. We are underway on the splash pad in Kidsville, as you know. We're continuing to work with our social media and the police department to try to educate the public on our activities through the police department, so that's an ongoing effort. Our online bond program tracker, one of the things that we felt was very important was as we start working on the bond projects was that we provide that information to the public so that they can see where we're at. April and other staff have worked very hard on putting that together, and that launched this week. We also developed our popular annual financial report this year, and we published that and we're providing copies of that. And then, as you know, we are continuing to work on the zoning ordinance update. Solid waste contract, we have had many discussions, and you gave us direction on that last week, so that is continuing. We will be bringing that contract back to you. And then the Leadership Academy, as I mentioned, last year was the first year we graduated, I think 15 people, and we have another 15 participants in the program this year. It gives them a great overview of the city, of all of the different departments, as well as leadership training. And it helps build relationships within the organization between departments and helps with the teamwork. And then last, I just kind of highlight the budget town hall information. You know, we've done that now for the last few years, where we invite citizens to a town hall meeting, ask them for budget ideas, and then we give them dots to prioritize. In the spend more category, you can see what the top ones are there. Economic development continues to be high. Police as well. Bike lanes are high interest. Restaurants as part of economic development, of course. The dog park is high interest. That is in the Parks Master Plan, but right now is not on our target. It was, I think, number 9 in the Parks Master Plan for priority ranking, but that has come up. And then commuter rail was also one that popped up this year of interest, and that is something that we've had discussions before with the council. You know that is a longer range type of thing, but we have begun discussions with DART, and we have planning some discussions with COG just to begin opening the avenue of discussion there to see how we could partner with Cedar Hill and those entities if that's possible.
Well, Kevin, remind me what the technology was again. It has one. What was technology? What was that defined as?
I think it was just technology. Was spending more on technological, software, I guess. I don't remember if that was really defined or somebody just wrote technology.
Okay, all right.
On the spend less, red light cameras came up high. Yes, sir.
If I just interject something, has to do with the first item with commuter rail. At the Dallas Regional Mobility Commission this week, no, today's Friday, I'm on the executive committee for that. DART is always there, TxDOT is always there. And just so you can plant some numbers in the back of your brain, because I asked the question, commuter rail runs somewhere between $40 to $45 billion a mile. And light rail runs $80 billion a mile. So whenever we discuss these particular possibilities, just keep those numbers in your back pocket. And I asked, why is one more expensive than the other? The light rail requires 2 tracks, so they're going 2 directions. Whereas commuter rail only requires 1 track, and that's the difference in cost, almost a doubling in cost. So just wanted to interject that.
You said commuter was how much?
Commuter rail is $40 to $45 million a mile, and that's a single track. And light rail is $80 million a mile because it requires 2 tracks. Thank you, sorry, just want to put that out.
So I just put this information out so that again you can see what the results of the town hall meeting were. We'll talk a little bit later about perhaps council's interest in doing something a little more scientific as far as getting public input in what's called a citizen satisfaction survey. We'll talk to you about that a little later on. And with that, I'm done. I'm going to turn it over to Richard, and we'll start getting into the meat of it tonight and start talking budget stuff and numbers.
Okay, I'm going to try talking from up here so that I can read. My eyes aren't near as good as Kevin's. I can't read from back there.
Well, I was going to suggest that this is awfully tiny, these up there,
So I wanted to do a quick overview of the budget process, just to let you know what the calendar looks like. We started our munis budget training in February, and we've gone through our budget review meetings, and tonight, tomorrow night, we're at our budget workshop, our first one. We do have a tentative budget workshop if it's needed, scheduled for July the 16th, and then we have sort of our finalization budget workshop on August the 8th. And probably the most important date up there is on July the 25th when we get our certified tax roll. That's one of the final pieces that we have putting the budget together. Wanted to give you sort of a 30,000-foot view of what the entire all funds put together looks like for the city of Duncanville. Our total FY19 expenditures by fund are shown here. They total 61 million, and of course a little over half of that is in the general fund where the majority of your expenditures come from. Then same thing with revenues, 30,000 foot level. And so you're going to want to make a note that those expenditures are higher than those revenues. And the reason that they are is because we've taken savings and expended those through our one-time project funds. So from an operational standpoint, we were within budget, but we did spend more than we had in revenues in grand total. So, wanted to give an overview real quickly of our debt service fund. Previously, on the tax rate, I had $1,325,000 reserved, and what I'm going to need with our new debt issue amount is I'm going to need $1,383,000. And wanted to tell you that in the easiest terms that I can explain is that we sold and received $21.6 million in bond funds, but that those sold at a premium due to a favorable interest rate, so people were willing to pay above the face value. And so what we have in debt service, what we will owe back is only $20,735,000 on that $21.6 million. And so that, of course, goes out to February 15th, 2039. And for this year, the fiscal year 19 that we're in, I'm collecting that $1,325,000, and we'll be drawing down that fund balance over the 20-year life of the bond, which is why I don't need the entire penny that we had talked to council before. That would have equated to about $229,000, but I only need $58,157 because of all the above that we've talked about, the favorable debt issue and the fact that I can draw down from that fund balance.
Rich, go back. The 229,885 is.
That represents a
That's
penny
the-
on the tax rate. That's what we had talked to you before about, that we were probably going to need that in order to service this new debt. But because of all these factors here, we didn't need that much. I only need $58,000.
Okay.
How do you borrow 21 million and only have to pay back 20 million?
Well, because they sold at a premium in the bond market.
Got a discount.
The interest rate was better than other things that were alternatives. This is much better interest rate.
So,
We're still paying the interest, that's just the principal that we have to pay back on, and you're going to show that.
Yeah, I'll show that to you.
Okay, you can show
Okay, I want to ask something
Okay.
on the last one. The due to favorable interest rates, bond market and collection in FY19 and debt service not being used for one-time projects. What are the one-time projects?
The one-time projects fund is where we've, in the prior years when we had no debt service, we were taking the amount that because we wanted to reserve that tax rate. We didn't want to give that up for the debt service. And so we kept that, and we take that amount and anything that was above the 75-day fund reserve and put that in the one-time project funds.
What are some of them that we did?
I'll get to the one-time project funds in a little bit later on, but we did a number of different projects.
He has a slide with all of the projects listed. He'll give you
Yeah,
the status on all of
I'll
those.
give you the rundown on those. And so this is sort of a 5-year projection out, and you can see on line 6 up here that so on line 6, you can see that I'm drawing down about $50,000 off of that fund balance each year as we pay that debt service out, and so that will go over. Yeah, evidently you have.
You did it.
Oh, there we go.
A little more muscle.
All right.
Hold on.
Yeah. That'll work out. So I wanted to show you that, and then this is what that general obligation bond series looks like. So again, we borrowed and got the full 21.6 million, but this is the debt service. This is the principal amount that we're going to owe back on it. This is the interest that we'll pay on it. So total amount will be 29.6 million that we'll pay back.
I don't think you've actually mentioned the interest rate yet.
I have not mentioned the interest rate yet, and I'm trying to remember what that was.
3.12.
Yeah, you're correct, 3.12, yeah.
We'll help you out with it. It's okay.
Okay, so looking at our other debt service, our water utility fund, we have $110,000 that's left, and that last payment is in February, going to be on February 15th, 2020. And when we get into the utility fund tomorrow night, I'll be talking about that's one of the decreases that you'll see because we're paying that last payment off. Economic development debt service, we have $965,000 outstanding, and that last payment is scheduled for February 15th, 2021. And then on the field house debt, that original issue was $8.2 million back February 25th in 2000, and at the end of this year, or after our August 15th payment, we'll only owe $2.9 million left, and that last payment's on February 15th, 2025.
Hold up just a second there. And that expires when, Rich?
2025, February 15th, we'll make our last payment.
Oh, I see it, yeah. That's gonna be 507.
Yeah, our debt service is about 530,000 and some change each year.
So about 500, okay, I see. So when we finally pay off, we're at about $538,000.
Yeah.
Is the last payment.
Any plans for the use of that money going forward once the debt is paid?
Well, it's the DCEDC that's paying that debt right now, so that will give them more opportunity, for economic development projects. If they wish to issue bonds with the council's approval for projects, or if they want to put that into the fund balance and use for projects, it becomes just right. Short answer is no. There are no plans for it, so other than it will free up DCEDC funds.
What about the ongoing maintenance and replacement of equipment at the field house? How will that be provided for?
Well, that's a good question. And what our goal is to start building a capital fund within the field house fund. So right now, the field house is in the black as far as operations and maintenance, and we're starting to try to build a little bit there as we can. We've had some facility issues, but they've been able to pay for that last year. So that is a concern because we know things are going to start wearing out in that building. That might be an opportunity there. But ideally, if we could, we would like for the field house to be able to support a capital replacement fund.
For the new council members as we go forward, when we get the briefings on the field house operating statement, the P&L, it was it was key, a key operative of what Kevin just mentioned is the O&M fund. Because that, in order for us, let me see if I can articulate this the right way. If we as business people were to take a look at the P&L for the field house in its entirety and incorporate this debt, the field house is deep red until 2025. So in order for us as business people to examine the operating statement for the field house to see what it looks like exclusive of the debt, we look at the O&M, the operations and maintenance dollars coming in and going out in terms of what that. So each time that we individually or as a council look at the EDC the field house operating statement, you need to keep that in the back of your mind, that if it weren't for that $500-something thousand going out from the EDC, paying off that debt of the field house, we would have quite a profitable operation, but we don't. So the reality is that debt really takes things down, but in order for us to understand how the folks at the field house are operating, we exclude the debt from our thinking process, knowing it's there. We never forget that debt is there. But in terms of the operating of how it's moving and what it's doing, in terms of its income from camps and from renting out the courts and all of its events and so on and so forth, that's where we as a council need to focus on that. But never forget, the bottom line is deep red because of this.
So how much does it take in, and how much is the O&M, and how much is the debt service? So what's the bottom line?
We're gonna get to that.
You'll see
tomorrow.
that.
It'll be, yeah, it'll be in tomorrow's.
That's, okay.
Yeah.
But
Basically,
also,
you're saying it's breaking even nearly, and this is all the negative right here.
yeah, and you have to remember when we issued the 8.2 million, that was to build the Dr. Pepper Star Center building. So, you know, this thing has been repurposed, this debt's been refunded. We've refunded the debt and issued the same amount of debt over the same life, but at lower interest rate, which is saved considerable amount of money.
And the payment stayed the same?
No, we lowered the payments when we
Star Center
refinanced
was
it
a lot more
because-
expensive.
So it's
I
about
see.
50,000 a month negative right now is what you got bottom line. So, after it's all said and done.
Including the debt payment?
Yeah.
It's
No,
only
that's what he's
50,000?
just looking at the debt.
No, I'm looking at the total,
Oh,
because the income is keeping the O&M nearly going, right? I mean, the income it takes in right now nearly pays for all the operation maintenance, so we're negative
When you
monthly.
include the debt service, right?
The debt service is what we're negative
Right.
monthly.
Yeah.
So one thing I would like to mention, especially for, well, for all, especially as new council members, for a public facility, that is not at all uncommon. That the debt is, for a public facility to be able to support itself, including its debt, is unusual. If it could, it would probably be a private venture. A lot of public facilities that are operated as an enterprise like the field house, if they can pay for their operations and maintenance and still turn a profit, they're doing good. But it's very difficult to create enough profit to also pay for debt service. So municipalities will float bonds or support the construction of a facility with the understanding that if they can pay for itself in operations and maintenance, they're doing good.
And I'm not criticizing, I'm just
No,
trying to get
I
the real
know, I
number,
just wanted-
the real number, so I can
Sure.
in my mind.
You'll see when we bring up the P&L for the field house, right?
Yeah.
You'll see
That's
the,
tomorrow night.
you'll see tomorrow, you'll see the entire operation, every single line item on the field house.
In a summary fashion, not, this meeting's not designed to get down into the weeds too far. It's at a summary level.
So what we'll
What's the
see is
cap-
different than what the EDC sees.
I'm sorry, what?
The operating statement that we will see is different than what the EDC sees.
It's just a summary that we're gonna do tomorrow night.
I mean, like the EDC is like this long,
Yeah,
so that's what we're still gonna get that one.
No.
We're not.
yeah, this is more of a summary.
So, this is for tomorrow night, but how much more capacity does it have to make more money?
I don't know exactly how you could answer that question in terms of how much more capacity. it has to make money would probably depend on.
Is it rented 100% or, you know, is it, I mean, just like any rental facilities? You know, that's all, that's what I know there's peak times you can rent it and other times you can't rent it. But
Sure, I'll let Bart talk, and Timothy talk about that more maybe. But I know the big challenge is during the daytime,
Right.
you know,
I would say peak hours are running close to 100%. The challenge really is weekday, day,
it's the bottoms you need to
Monday
lift.
through Friday,
The
8
tops are
a.m.
there.
to 3 p.m.
Yeah, okay.
But also would say too, council member, that the field house has repurposed a lot of their space. So, when they had, extra storage space, or whatever, they've been able to take that space and utilize it more efficiently. So they're now, able to program or have programs in those rooms that before were not being used. And so that's been, I think, really a critical aspect of them expanding the programs and so forth in the field house.
How many employees do we have there now?
we have a slide coming up later, I think, do we not?
Four full-time.
4 full-time and many part-time.
We don't get the full P and L
Straight cover
tomorrow
this.
night instead of a summary.
The DCEDC has gotten it for a long time. I don't really know why they were getting it because the DCEDC doesn't have control over the field
Right, I
house,
know.
but they're paying the debt. But we can give you that tomorrow.
And you may hit this later as well. Is there ever an opportunity to do a one-time debt service on this payment, on this at all, going forward?
I'm sorry,
Is there any
Mark.
opportunity to do a one-time, a yearly debt service payment on this principal?
Well, I believe it was 2016, I think, when we refinanced this the last time. And I don't recall if there's any opportunity to, we would have to call the bonds and refund the bonds in order to do that. And I don't recall that there's any opportunity to do that because we were getting down fairly close to the end in 2016 when we refinanced it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Veracruz, this originally was the Economic Development Board's building, and it was a Star Center with ice skating, and it's much more expensive. And so the city had to buy it so that they could refinance and lower the monthly payment. It's way too high. And so it went from 60,000 to like 40,000. Wow, yeah, that's what the Stars were paying. So, a whole bunch of mistakes that have been.
Okay, so moving along to the general fund for fiscal year 19, wanted to give you a briefing of the revised budget. So this is the total of revenues and expenditures over the past years. And as you can see by looking at our ending fund balance here, how that's performed over time, this represents the number of days of operations. And then prior to Kevin coming aboard, we had a 60-day fund balance target. And then when he came, we went up to 70 and then 75. The 75-day fund balance gives you a better cushion for catastrophic events, natural disasters, and of course, any type of fluctuation in the economy. And so we're at that 75-day fund balance target. You can see that we've exceeded that, and we'll get into some of the drivers of that a little bit in a few minutes. So if you look at the general fund balance here, you see that we're projecting to end the end of the year here at 7.6 million or 89 days of fund balance.
Rich, I know I asked this question before, maybe for the new folks. From a business perspective, if you could roll back one. Our goal is to be at 70 days of operations. We're at 89. So you do a little bit of math and, what's the dollar value of those 19 days in terms of cash that we've got? And so a business guy like me, the number says, well, why don't we take that $1.2 million and invest it somewhere instead of it just sitting in the bank? The answer is we can't by law. I asked that question because I'm thinking like, that's dead money. It's good to have around in case we need it.
Not Well,
But-
not really, because I keep every dollar invested that I can possibly keep invested. And we do, my staff, and I'd like to recognize my staff here tonight. Of course, we have Tia Pettis, the Assistant Finance Director, Jennifer O'Day, our budget analyst, and we have Georgia is our accountant, and Lauren, who's our accountant. And so these guys put together a daily cash position for me. And I keep every dollar invested except absolutely what we think we're going to need to get through, sometimes even the day,
Well,
but certainly
let's-
through the
What
week.
let's
he can't do
define-
is high
let's-
risk.
Let's define investment.
It has to
Well,
comply
I
with
think
the
how I'm
Public Funds
defining investment
Act.
is different how you define investment.
Well, when I define investment, I mean that it's in a fund that's earning interest
Not high risk.
and not high risk.
Right, and
So-
when I think investment, I'm looking for high risk, high yield, and we don't.
Can't do that.
You can't do
There's
that
a little
by
thing
law.
called Public Funds Investment Act that
Right, that's what I'm
limits.
saying, that's the law
Yeah,
that
yeah.
clamps us down from
It's the
doing other
people's
stuff.
money. It's not a company.
Okay, so this is what the increase or decrease on the revised budget is compared to the adopted budget. And so you can see that there's a few decreases, most of those are increases, and so let's walk into those. $109,455 is going to be a decrease in sales tax, and that's due to the partial loss of a business from one of our major sales tax generators. We have a general softening of the building housing market.
What
Most of our-
what is that business?
Yeah.
The Fords,
Okay.
So DeFord's,
they've moved part of their operation into Dallas.
I thought that was part of the tax abatement they got.
No, that was from Maybank, from their operation in Maybank, but not this operation.
Wait a minute. Explain that, because they didn't have an operation in Maybank when we did that.
Was it that, and I think
Yeah.
the two together, so when they did do that operation and built that in Maybank, but they had agreed to move to run the sales tax through here.
Right,
That's still in effect. That's
Okay.
what that rebate was based on.
right.
But their current operation, they were expanding, they expanded their operation, and they were out of room. They were now able to locate here in Duncanville, so they ended up buying a building just over the other city limits line in Dallas.
The old Home Depot,
And they've moved part of their operation over there, and that sales tax we will lose because we'll go through Dallas now. And we estimate that at about $300,000 a year.
So they bought that old Home Depot in Westmoreland? When did that happen?
Sure when it happened, several months ago.
I've heard that they moved to Dallas, but I've never heard the location.
Was it the Home Depot or that other Best Buy or
It was
whatever?
Best Buy.
It was the Best Buy.
Oh, it's the Best Buy in
So what did they move over there?
I'm
What
sorry.
part of their business did they move over?
A portion of their apartment sales.
But this didn't affect any of the money that was coming through Duncanville?
No, because the Maybank sales tax receipts are still being ran, which is the milling operation down there, are still being ran through this office.
Well, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding then how we lost some if they just opened a new portion.
Because those new sales tax dollars that are being generated through that portion of their business is being ran through the Dallas, through their Dallas location now.
So that was something they took from here.
Yes, ma'am. When they were unable to buy a property here in Duncanville.
Is there any way around that? I mean, if they're doing it for Maybank, is there any way that they can do it for Dallas?
There is some discussions being held with the attorney to see, but at this point, that's not happening, so.
They did that from Maybank because they got an incentive.
The tax abatement.
A tax
They
abatement,
did.
right. So if there is a way, you know, that they would, they're not, so we're trying, we're having some discussions.
Okay.
But we know that that was an impact.
Okay, so moving along to the $6,000 decrease in franchise receipts. That's just based on historical downtrend, what we're seeing. And so some of the mild weather that we experienced is impacting gas and electric use. 237,240 increase in permits and fees. And that's primarily from the Texas Ambulance Supplemental Payment Program revenue. That's one that is very difficult to know whether we're even going to get it or not. I'd originally put in a $50,000 placeholder in the budget, and now that Sam and Mike have some better information, it looks like we're going to get $300,000 toward the end of the fiscal year. So we've increased that budget to that.
Is that sustainable, or is that just a one-time?
I'll let Sam speak to that.
They said legislatively it was going to go away, but according to the HHSC, they said they're going to continue to fund it, so it can be out several years. They're changing how they do the methodology from a Medicaid uninsured methodology to a charity care methodology. That starts on October 1st, so we're going to have to see what that funding, how that's going to change as of October 1st going forward.
Who's HHFC?
Human Health and Human Services.
Oh, okay.
Commission.
Chief, is there any way to crank in the change in what happened with Methodist into these numbers?
It's a separate deal.
I know it's separate, but is there any way to advise us as council in terms, it's not just getting that nice 237, 240, but we're looking at a possibility of getting, what, between 300,000 and 400,000?
There's a possibility, depends on the collections, how that works
Right.
out, and whether we're to interface with their computer system to gather that information.
What I'm talking about, boy, is for many, many years, Methodist hospital systems has refused to allow the insurance information to be passed to us when a client uses our ambulance service to get into the Methodist, or any Methodist hospital. And as a result of that, we were in deficit mode in terms of not getting the payment from clients, from patrons using our ambulance service. And it was in, what, February, March? The Methodist lawyers finally rolled over and said, we will now give you this information. And the dollar value of now getting this insurance information could be somewhere between $300,000 and $400,000 a year. That's in basically, we've been losing $300,000 to $400,000 a year in income for our ambulance services because of the legal interpretation by Methodist lawyers. That's now been turned over.
Okay, so we also had a $16,000 increase in fines. That's an upward trend in traffic fines and false alarm fees. Had an $80,000 increase in interest income. That's, of course, due to our interest rates being favorable and continuing to rise up, although there does seem to be some pressure from the FOM to possibly lower interest rates. And of course, I spoke a minute ago of how we do our daily cash position. So we're very conservative with the amount of money that we keep in our operating account, and try to keep everything in some type of interest-bearing account, if at all possible. We had a $42,500 increase in rec fees, and again, that's just based on trends.
I want to ask something. Did you write that?
I'm sorry,
Did you write that?
right what?
Diligent investment management?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Good for you.
A $46,730 increase in other revenues. That came from workers' comp reimbursements, our gas well revenue. For those of you who don't know that we have a gas well, we had mineral rights on the old landfill that's now under Joe Pool Lake. Many years ago, they found that there was gas there. There was a well that was drilled and tapped in to that, and so we have had some years where we had a fair amount of revenue. We're down to about $7,000-8,000 of revenue a year, so it's pretty minimalistic, but it's still revenue. So, and then also previously on our Regional Emergency Management Operations Coordinator, we hadn't been capturing all of her costs, and so she has a vehicle. She started out with a hand-me-down loaner vehicle, and so we're now budgeting and getting reimbursed from those other cities for vehicle replacement cost and her computer replacement cost.
Is that,
Tanya? So moving along to the expenditures, these are the primary areas: general government, finance, parks, recs, police, public works, and fire. And then our transfers and other are down here. And so these are the increases or decreases, and you'll see the percentage calculation there. So we had a $45,593 increase in general government. I want to stop and say here that you're going to see this as a recurring theme throughout, that we had increases in our group insurance. And I'll let Jennifer and or Tia, if they want to explain a little bit more in depth about what were some of the drivers behind that as we moved into.
Before you do that, Richard, let's something off of it. It's showing 46,593 at your top of your document, but then in your highlight it says 45,593. Is it just a typo?
I'm sorry, it is. Thank you. So, Jennifer.
Okay. Well, as you may remember, for those who were on the council last year, we did move from self-insurance to a fully insured plan. We'll go into more detail when we talk about the other funds tomorrow night, but really what this is doing is that through getting the rates late in the year last year and our implementation of Munis and all of those things, the rates were not captured properly when we adopted the FY19 budget. So this is just properly allocating the cost of that insurance to the various cost centers.
Okay. So the other portion of that corrected 46,593 is 12,919 in library loan system upgrade. And again, to reiterate that I didn't tie all the explanations to the dollar to the increase or decrease. I'm just hitting the highlights, the major drivers behind these.
How come you went from self-insured to group insured? How come you went from self-insured to group insured if you were?
Well, unfortunately, we've had
Costs more.
lots of high dollar claims and
So it costs more to
just
have
had
it.
too much liability on the city coming out of the city's pocket that
Okay.
kind of forced us to be
So it
fully insured.
didn't work out the same?
We've been self-insured since the late 70s pretty much, but it's just we couldn't afford it anymore with the impact that it was hitting us.
So we had 29,000 increase in finance attributable to the group insurance, and 102,000 increase in parks and rec, 76,000 from group insurance, 21,000 in water cost, and then had a $49,316 increase in police, 136 for that from group insurance, and then we had some of that cost offset by vacancy savings. And our increase in public works was the biggest one at $520,000. 85,000 of that was group insurance. 349,000 of that was retainage for a street project that we were budgeted in FY18, but we did not pay that until FY19. And so I wanted to make note that that 349,000 was a contribution to the general fund balance being larger than what we budgeted for, because we didn't expend that money, so it just carried over in fund balance. 78,299 third-party inspections, 20,000 vacation payout for retirement, and then we had 251,000 increase in fire, 128,000 group insurance, 113,000 in sick and vacation time payouts for a couple of retirements. So this is the one-time project fund that you were asking about a moment ago, Ms. Jamison. And so essentially all the lines that are in yellow are things that have been completed, and then it shows you whether they negative in the far right column means that they were slightly over budget, and a positive number for the ones that are completed means that there were savings. And so we essentially have 80,441,000 of savings overall of the projects that have been completed so far that are still available for other projects or to increase the budget for those projects that are left. And so we did a number of things with that that helped us to finance our ERP software, which is a significant cost. Harrington Park, the gates out there, Kidsville splash pad design, Armstrong Park East parking lot was one that we ended up doing out of operations funds. And then the Armstrong Park conversion, the court from tennis to basketball. And then Lakeside was another one that we funded out of operations and maintenance. And then we've got those other projects like the zoning ordinance and neighborhood sign toppers, roof replacement at various facilities, and security upgrades, camera systems, and then the Public Works ERP system and the gateway signage and the design for Main Street Camp Wisdom.
Can the dog park be added to that?
I don't know, how much does a dog park cost?
That's what's going to add to it, yes.
So when we're going to talk here a little bit about potential one-time projects, and if that's something y'all want us to look at, I would say that probably the first step would be more of doing a study to look at where it could go and what that cost would be. So I know one of the concerns, right now, the Parks Master Plan designated Quail Run Park as the dog park, but there's a lot of neighborhoods around it, and I think the park board is concerned about wherever the dog park goes, that it's not an impacted neighborhood. So I think we're going to really need to look at where is an adequate place for a dog park. But if it's something I want to look at, then when we get to this a little later on, I've got the opening there for council's input on anything. We can add that to our list and we can figure out what that might be.
Well, I know I've got a half a dozen citizens have contacted me like, we'd really like to have a dog park. I know that's not a whole lot, but
No, and we don't have it by your house.
Wherever you put it, you need to
By
put
your
it,
house.
you need to put it in the middle where people use it. Don't put it out somewhere way out of town.
Out of town.
Like Quail Run, where's Quail Run at?
it's right in the middle of town.
Yes.
Where at?
Right by the high school.
It's on Center and Greenwood.
And, where?
There's a big open plot.
It's
There's
not
a
out
green
there.
tree, there's a green tree and
It's the one,
Westridge.
Put it where people can do multiple things, I'm saying with it, so instead of putting it by itself. Anyway.
Richard, over just one second, sorry. I know we won't nail those numbers completely, but that one, the 5,465
Where was the
on
best
finance
place?
and 6,000 on Kidsville splash, those numbers are kind of a little off. Is that, I don't know, the variance of trying to nail it, no, you won't nail it completely, but is that pretty much too much over?
Considering the magnitude of the ERP project, we feel like we really nailed that. And I'm going to let Bart talk a little bit about what drove that Kidsville splash pad design up. That was a little percentage-wise, a little bit out of kilter. So
Yeah, we had a couple of extra public meetings that we held that were part of the original contract. We had to do a change order for.
And so it's contractor payments.
Correct, that's for the consultant.
All right, thank you.
So we just decided not to use any money for the sign toppers and stuff last year?
No, we put that on hold because we were waiting for the new logo that was being considered by council. We didn't want to put the sign toppers up with the old logo. So now that council has adopted the new logo, we're going to have to fabricate an example.
Do you still get to roll that money over, that 20,000?
Yes, we'll roll that over and try to implement this year.
Okay, so if we look at our certified taxable value, this just gives you an historical perspective. Back in the 2008-9 range, we were coming still down as the housing market. The devastation from that was still trending downwards, and we began to level out here in 2012, and we've had this pretty nice upward trend since then, and this is where we kind of estimate for 2019. So this is our taxable value per capita, and this is just taking the total taxable value and dividing it by the population so that you see what that tax value is per person in each of the cities. You can see that we're on the very lower end of the spectrum compared to Lancaster, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, and Dallas. This is our tax levy per capita. And this is essentially the tax burden, if you will, that each person, each capita pays. And so Duncanville, again, is on that lower end of the spectrum. And one of the important things to note here is that, you know, we provide the same basic services as any of these other cities do, and so we do it at a lower, cheaper value. Sales tax history, you can look from 2009 to 19. You can see that we've had a few rough years here. This was still with housing crash and the economy being in the doldrums, and then from 2012 we have a fairly good upward trend. So in summary, for fiscal year 19, our increased property tax revenue and interest income was somewhat offset by the tax revenue, sales tax revenue that we lost due to Ford's restoration of the deferred street maintenance and other building and equipment maintenance costs. Those continue to present challenges for us. Probably one of the bigger ones is maintaining competitive pay and benefits. It continues to be a challenge because we're competing with other public sector entities and the private sector to attract and retain employees in a very tight labor market. And then, of course, we continue to have to comply with unfunded regulatory reporting mandates and expectations for increased service levels. Those create organizational stress with our lean staff. At this point, questions, discussions?
I'm trying to get my hands around this total taxable value per capita, that last screen right there. And I guess I'm trying to understand it a little bit more. How does that,
They're talking about the total tax levy per capita?
Right. Is that an advantage to be where we are?
No, what that means is that we do things cheaper than anybody else does, because again, we provide the same basic services, the same basic realm of public safety, albeit on somewhat of a smaller scale. But if you look at, you know, DeSoto and Cedar Hill and Lancaster, it's still very comparable. And we do that with a burden on each of our residents or each of our people at $447 a year annual, whereas these other cities are much higher, $569, $597, $612, and $793 for Dallas. So I'm just telling you what we do. We provide a lot of service at a very cheap cost compared to these other cities.
So do we, well, I guess we could probably say that for later, but we sure love like to kind of brag. Is that something that you are proud of, that you probably should market more?
Well, we provide this information, the same thing, whenever we talk about budget to the citizens, to council. And what the point is yes, that we are providing basically the same core services as these other municipalities at a lower dollar cost per capita to our residents.
Do they have homestead exemptions?
The other cities, right off the top of my head, I don't recall.
No, I think when we looked at that before, they don't have the general homestead exemption. They have the over 65 like we do, but they didn't have the general.
Yeah, I believe that's
So it costs less in Duncanville to deliver that? Water, sewer, police?
It doesn't
fire?
cost less.
No,
Yes,
but it's more
it
efficient.
is.
We're more efficient because we have such a tight 11.2 square miles, and others got sprawled, you know, they got sprawled, you know.
Well, there's some degree of truth in that, but I still think that the measurement here is a benchmark, and the measurement is intended to show that we're lean in staff. We do a lot with a very few number of people at a very low cost.
And I know Dallas has a homestead exemption.
So are we less in pay
So
than
then that
people?
will
or
mean if
we
they have a homestead exemption, that their actual tax, maybe that their tax levy though includes those exemptions. That's their
what I'm saying.
average tax levy per capita, so.
I got it.
Yeah. So this
They
is
make
the
two.
property tax piece only of revenues though too, Councilmember Anderson. So and we have, you know, we talked about those other revenue sources as well. So this is just, when you talk about property taxes and generally, you know, as we've shown on some other slides, property taxes account for approximately half of our general fund revenues. But again, yeah, when you're looking at providing the services and being able to tell Duncanville residents, we're providing you these same services at a relatively less cost on your property taxes than our surrounding cities are providing. And I think that is a good thing, and that is what, as Richard said, and we'll show you too here in some follow-on slides later on, but we do have a leaner staff, and I think we're trying to be efficient in the areas that we are. Yeah, so.
And isn't residential ad valorem taxes bring in more than that? More than 50%?
No, that's all ad valorem taxes is 50% of the general fund revenues. Yeah. So that
And so how much is commercial?
go back.
33% on commercial and 67%.
67.
Well, that's just
That's
the percentage of the
percentage
ad
of the
valorem
value.
of the value.
But the 50% of the total revenues does come from total property tax.
Okay,
commercial
50%, then commercial is 33?
No, this is the total ad valorem values in Duncanville, and of the total property values, 67% is in residential, 33% is in commercial. That percentage breakdown has not really changed over the 10 years. But then the tax rate multiplied by this ad valorem value is what gives us our revenues, and of our general fund revenues, those ad valorem property taxes are about 50% of our total general fund revenues, with sales tax being the next major contributor, and then other revenue streams adding up to the remainder.
And so you get all that money for sales tax monthly, and then you get this dumped on once.
Most of this comes in at the beginning of the year. You remember when he gave his report last year and showed that real high spike, and then it flattens out. Right.
Their fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. Cities.
Yeah, but because most people pay their taxes at the end of the year,
Or January.
most of our property tax revenue comes in those months, with then the remainder of the revenue being more evenly applied through the year.
Well, last slide, please, Rick. Last bullet. Unfunded regulatory reporting mandates. That confuses me, because if we know that there are regulatory reporting mandates that we have to do, why are we not funding those?
Well, when I say that they're unfunded, I mean that we're given more compliance. I can speak, and everybody else in the room and other departments can speak to their own mandates. I can speak to my mandates. We continually, every year, we get new government accounting standards that cost us more money in terms of staff time. It sometimes costs us actuarial cost. And we don't get any funds to do that. That's mandated by the government accounting standards. It's what's required to get a clean audit, and you got to do it. But you don't get any funds for it. So when I say that we don't, it's not that we don't try to budget for it. It's that we don't get any funding to take care of these mandates, whether they're handed down from the federal government or from the state. They don't come with, oh, here's your $10,000 to go do this mandate.
But do you have a budgeted line to accommodate this possibility that we know is happening every year?
No, I mean, that's part of why that we're so lean, is we try to incorporate these things within existing staff, within the existing rounds of the money.
When we say it's unfunded, it means it's not funded by the government that's putting the mandate on us. So yeah, we can fund it, and we are, because if we have to do this study to meet those standards, we're paying for it. And it's put on our citizens, but it's not, like Richard said, the state government puts this mandate on us, but they're not giving us state funds to pay for it. We're eating that cost.
But then can't we budget for those dollar amounts in some
If we had a cost of
1% or something.
If we had a cost accounting staff, we maybe could.
You don't know what they're going to do.
No, I'm saying, it's like, but it's a savings account for knowing that we're gonna get hit with it.
Well, you've got that, those days down there, the 75 days that can come out of there. There's different places that can come out of. If it was big enough that we couldn't cover it, but you don't know what they're gonna do to you.
Okay.
I'll give you another example. Court fines. We pay for our court personnel, we pay for the judge. Most court fines go to the state. You get a speeding ticket, well, most of that fine is going to the state. So we're their collection agency, but they're not paying for our court people, and they're not giving us money back. Same thing with sales tax. We pay the state a portion of sales tax, a large percentage, because they collect it, but what we're paying them is a lot more than what it costs them to collect it. So they're collecting a lot of money, and the state gives very little back to municipalities.
So why can't we just create a line item in the budget to set some money aside to cover this outside of the
What would be the
Yeah.
purpose of that, Mayor? I mean, I guess I'm asking why, from a PR perspective, or
No,
just,
no, from a budgeting standpoint.
that's still money coming out of our citizens' taxes, then why, I mean, if we can absorb it, we're gonna absorb it. We're not gonna fund just, I mean, the point of it is just to really to tell you that we continue to get these kinds of things, and we're absorbing these things, and it's a hidden cost.
So do we, when these happen, where do you pull that money from? Does it come out of
He
the
budgeted.
extra fund? Does it come out of the rainy day fund that's over 70?
General fund.
No, it just all depends on where it comes. I mean, you take OPEB. We had OPEB that was, OPEB, that's other post-employment benefits. And we were required to make actuarial calculations. We didn't have a whole lot of extra costs to do that. I don't remember, T, a couple, 3,000 for, 2,500 for actuarial costs. And then it took several days of consternation on my behalf and several more days for consternation on Tia's behalf and a few days with the auditors to get that number worked out, you know, what that real calculation was. And so those are just examples of things that are new that you have to comply with. And we for the best and most part, we absorb that and we work a little extra time to get those things done and we move along.
What is the last date that we can have a homestead exemption put on here? We dilly-dallied around, didn't do it, so now I forgot.
I think it's July 1 is the drop dead date for a homestead exemption.
And we need to put that on the agenda.
Well, we'll talk here some more about what the impact's gonna be on the budget and stuff.
I got it, but we said we would do it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
We won.
You weren't on the council.
I know. It's a different council.
Well, you're one person.
You want to?
No, there's two. Mark was here, he did. Don was here, he did. They're new. I don't know how they feel yet.
Well, let's move on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
we're-
what you said on your website, that you would increase taxes.
We're going to have a slide in a little bit that is going to talk more about that. So let's move over to the FY20 budget. Again, this is just an overview, summary. I'm sorry, what? Yeah.
Just thought it's heavy for you.
Yeah, thank you. My arm's so light now. So 8.2 million is where on line 10 here is where we expect we're going to end the fiscal year 20 with 95 days of fund balance. That's about 1.7 million in excess of that 75-day fund balance. And so keep in mind that when we talk about these net revenues and this ending fund balance, that this doesn't include any compensation increases, no new position increases, or any other type of project increases. So that's pretty bare bones. So same exercise as we did before. Here's all the revenue categories, and here's the changes and the percentages those represent. So we move right along into our increase in property taxes. It's, we're right now projecting $1.2 million increase in property taxes. And that's based on a 4% reduction from where we had our May 30 preliminary values from the appraisal district. If they come in any higher than that, we're going to have to lower the tax rate because we're going to be subject to rollback rate. So I feel like that number is going to either be that or less, probably. 184,450.
Hold on, wait. We're gonna get $1.2 million more than we thought we were gonna get.
No, that's just the increase from when we compare that to fiscal year 19.
Okay. So where do those rollbacks come in? Where did you get?
Okay, you have an effective rate that is essentially the rate that is would be required with your new values to collect the same amount of revenues in the prior year. So that effective rate, if you apply it to, if your property values are going up, that effective tax rate is going to be much lower. If your tax values are going down, that effective rate will be much higher.
The assessed values is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
Taxable assessed values.
Okay.
Okay, and so then you get into the rollback rate. And the rollback rate right now, well, let's talk about right now versus what's going to be with the 3.5% cap. Right now, it's 8% above the effective tax rate, and that's a very simplistic calculation because you end up having to break up your M&O versus your debt service and do lots of calculations. I'm not a certified tax person, so I can do the simplistic math on that and tell you that it's about 8% above the effective tax rate. Under the property tax cap, that's now limited to 3.5%. And under the old 8%, you couldn't exceed that without being subject to petition by your voters to go to the election and have them approve that. Under the new 3.5% property tax cap rate, it's automatic. If you exceed that rollback rate, it's an automatic that you got to go to your electorate to get that approved. And as I'll talk about a little bit later on, it would just be an absolute nightmare from a budget standpoint because we need to approve a budget in September, but if you exceeded that rollback rate and you had to go to voters in November, you've got this month and a couple of weeks where you're in limbo. You don't know what the voters are going to approve. And so it makes you start off your budget process not really knowing what's going to be approved, and it's really a mess.
Maybe you have to help me later on, not right now, but I'm kind of lost with it. I need maybe some help. You don't have to do it right now.
We'll talk more.
It's not it's a very confusing concept, and the legislature has made it even more confusing because now they've changed those terms.
So the reason I'm interested is, densifying a property and stuff, what we got to do. I need to get more commercial rates of densifying a property, and so that's why I'm interested in this, so trying to understand that cap.
Right, and
we talked a little bit about.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about new construction does not count, but as far as remodeling and stuff and increased values, it does count as. But that's something we need a little more information on too. Just the impact of your question earlier.
And so as we talked about earlier, we anticipate losing about $300,000 in sales tax, but we also feel like there's going to be some mitigating tax improvement. So we've budgeted for $184,000 decrease due to the lost major tax generator.
Hold on a second, and you may or may not know this topic yet. So if that's, do we see a trending of that year over year going down?
I'm sorry.
You see a trend of that sales tax numbers going down?
Yes.
So 2018, 2019, it was 8 million. Now 2019, 2020 is 7. Do we know what 2017 to 2018?
Do I know what?
Do we know what 2017 to 2018?
The actual was? Yeah, I do.
So I guess here, so two things. One, so if we are 2017.
I don't have it detailed out here, but it's it's in this revenue group for the actuals.
I guess the reason I'm still bringing that up too is that if we continue, the mayor talking about the investment, how do we invest? into with dollars that we have just sitting there. Our biggest investment is how do we increase sales tax? And that's how you increase sales tax is towards having more business. But what I really want to get at is that how, if we still have one business drives us to have this decrease in sales tax, we're putting all of our eggs in one basket in one business and not increasing it by adding more businesses. That one business, when you take one business away, it's not helping, it won't help. It always hurts.
Yeah, well, that's the reason that we have economic development, and, you know, that's really their sole purpose is to develop that new business and to also help ensure that we don't lose businesses, that we retain them if at all possible. And that's, you know, we spoke earlier about the DeFord's sales or tax rebate. That was one of the primary reasons, because we knew that we were going to lose that sales tax. And so we struck a deal that we knew we were going to pay less out in that incentive rebate than what we were going to get. So those are the kinds of things that really are the drivers of why we have an economic development department.
I know we'll talk about that later, but because we had those numbers, I wanted to just really see those numbers.
Yeah, no, it's important that we diversify, you know. I would love it if we had things that weren't so tied to the housing industry that generate sales tax. And so
because we can't control what the property tax values are, right?
Well, we do to some degree, because that's what the purpose of code enforcement is. And, you know, Paul's been a huge implementer of new things and different things in terms of trying to help increase the code enforcement to keep property values up. And so it's a huge component. I mean, I understand where you're going from that standpoint, but, you know, as Kevin pointed out earlier, about 50% of our revenues come from property taxes and about 25% from sales tax. So it is big, but it's not as big as that property tax. So I think we have to work on all the spectrums to ensure that we're maintaining property values. We're doing our best to have economic development.
As a council, also have control in property taxes and through zoning and through. So when we did the comprehensive plan and looked at those opportunity areas. And you will have the opportunity as we go through the zoning ordinance update, if the council so chooses to rezone some of those areas to higher and better uses than what's existing. That's how you can help promote more property tax values, increase that ad valorem tax base through encouraging higher and better use development.
So if I can take a property that's on tax rolls for $60,000 and I can add on to it and make it worth $600,000, that's a good deal, right?
It is, unless the state tells us that we can't realize that amount.
If you double the size of it, it's the same, because there's like a ton of opportunity to do that all over the place with our commercial properties. And I've got case studies of that myself that we can look at.
Well, didn't W&B bring in more sales tax this year?
Yes.
And why don't we see it?
It's embedded in those numbers.
Yeah, because.
So we're talking about,
We have to be really careful too, because there are state prohibitions against public information on individual taxpayers.
Right.
I can talk about things in groups, but I really have to be careful about talking about it.
I'm just saying, when we present the negative, we need to also present the positive. Because I know that.
But the
That
overall
decrease would have been
trend, the overall
300,000.
trend is negative.
It would have been
This
300,000.
is a net.
It's only 184 because we have some positives.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying, it looks like that we just dwell on what we lost, but in listening to him, he's bringing in $335 million a year.
So we had a $76,000 decrease in our franchise receipts. That was primarily due to our unfavorable legislation, and I'm going to get more into that when we do our legislative update. But essentially, companies like AT&T, they get to decide the higher two franchise fees that they pay, like landline and cable franchise fees. And that was offset a little bit by $50,000 increase in electric franchise fees that I see just based on trends. We had 117,000 decrease in permits and fees, 40,000 in building permits. That's just trending down. I don't see any big, huge projects on the horizon. And then 50,000 decrease in that Texas ambulance supplemental payment program. I chose to budget nothing for that in this coming year based on what Sam and Mike have been able to tell us about that, because we have no idea at this point if that money will be available next year or not.
Sounds like though that you said that it changed, right?
It will October 1st, the way they reimburse, or their methodology will
I
change
want to see a
October
little
1st.
positive because it's all negative.
Here's positive.
There's positive.
Yeah.
I
So-
mean, because this is like, please.
These are the numbers. The numbers do not lie. The numbers tell the truth. So there's a $16,000 increase in fines. That's an upward trend in our traffic citations. We have an $80,000 increase in interest on investments.
Due to the prudent investment.
And a $42,500
Diligent
increase in
and-
recreational fees, and then a $21,000 increase in other revenue. 44,000 out of that, again, is from us collecting, doing a better cost accounting job of what our true cost is for that regional emergency operator, operations manager, and getting those reimbursements from the participating cities. Okay, so then we get into the expenditure side. Same thing as before on the FY19. These are your increases, decreases, and then you've got your percentages over here. So we have a $98,000 increase in the general government, $30,000 in group insurance, $21,000 in ILS library system, and a $14,000 increase in travel and training for the mayor and council budget. Have $67,000 increase in finance. Most of that's due to the group insurance. $107,705 increase in park and rec. 76 group insurance, $29,350 in water. 613,000 increase in police. 215,000 in group insurance. 188,000 in step increases, benefits, and overtime. 53,000 was a crime advocate position that was previously paid in grant funds. We went ahead and included that salary in their budget because that is an important position. 47,734 in SWAT pay, 20,840 increase from our Southwest Regional Communications Centers, or our 911 center, and an $18,000 increase from the Tri-City Animal Shelter.
So the grant's no longer available?
I'm sorry?
The grant's no longer available?
Chief, do you want to speak to that?
We're gonna talk about that here. Yeah, the grant
Okay.
expired. And it's, we're gonna explain a little more about that here.
Okay, thank you.
Question goes to Jennifer, I guess. The big bogey in all of these expenditures is the group insurance. If we had not gone, or if we had stayed self-insured, what would these numbers be?
You know, more likely they could possibly be higher because again, coming off of a couple of years of
But
really
you said it
bad-
was best that we go with group insurance because it was going to be less expensive than being self-insured. So if all of these group insurance numbers,
No. We never
That's what
said
I heard.
we never said it was gonna be less expensive. What we said was we were minimizing our risk. Because it's fully funded. Last year, we had some bad years and we were negative, very negative, over $1 million negative in the medical insurance fund. And so we just chose to go to fully insured so that we minimized the risk to us, so that if we had catastrophic losses, it was covered by the group insurance. But we said we were increasing the rates. We increased the employee rates, and we increased the employer contributions, and we made a one-time transfer to the medical insurance fund in this current year. And we said we were going to be making other changes to our insurance throughout to continue to try to recapture, to get that fund back into a semi-healthy position. But we never said it was going to be cheaper. In fact, we said it was going to be more expensive, but we were,
I don't remember that.
we did.
Maybe we need
But
to
you're
look at
taking
it
the,
again.
but you're taking the risk because you think it could be catastrophic. I mean, that you're thinking that.
Well, the trend showed it was.
We had 2.5 years of catastrophic losses.
Yeah.
And we went from $1 million surplus in that fund to $1.5 million negative in that fund in 2.5 years.
But even with that considered over time, is it,
Over time, we felt we needed to make that change. It was not an easy decision. And we'll talk about that some more tomorrow. If we have some good years, we can go back.
is the
fully
quality,
insured.
is the quality of the insurance,
It's the same.
it was saying?
Yes.
How, do we do 100% of, what do we do on employees' insurance?
Overall, it's about 80% employer paid on medical and 20% contributions from employees.
And just don't forget that we're comparing this to the adopted, so it's kind of like a repeat of what you already heard. It's not in addition to,
Okay.
yeah,
This is
adding
not,
to.
this
It's
is
just
not
this.
increases in the insurance. This is compared to last year's adopted because again, because we had the rates in there incorrect, it's showing a difference.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm so
it's not in
fresh.
addition.
Okay.
I'm so frustrated with insurance on my own because I pay 100% of my people that I think we ought to do a community insurance fund. Somebody gets hurt, we just pass the hat to the community and do away with all insurance.
Write the check, money, write the check.
I'm serious.
So,
I'm frustrated.
moving along, we had a
Kind of.
$403,000 increase in public works. Group insurance was 85. $238,000 of that was our sign and signal operations maintenance costs. They will have to continue to be paid, but previously it came out of the red light camera fund. So that's a cost that will now have to be borne in the general fund. We had $142,000 increase in fire, $128,000 of that was group insurance and their civil service step increases. And then we had $1,715,000 decrease in transfers and other. As Kevin just mentioned, we don't have budgeted medical transfer, which we did last year at $340,000. We do not have that one-time project fund transfer, which was $1,113,000. And then we have $200,000, which is our economic incentive grant ends in 2020.
What was that?
That was the DeForge agreement that we.
Go back, I'm sorry, on that 238, but at signs and signals,
Right.
is that the only one they were now, or will I see more later? Is that the only amount we're seeing that?
No, you're going to see more later. That's the only, that's the total operations and maintenance. We did a lot of other projects out of that, and I've got those detailed out in just a little bit on another slide. So overall, kind of the same issues that we struggle against when we talked about the FY19 summary. We have definitely looking at an increase in property tax, but that's somewhat offset by loss in sales tax revenue. We have this loss of the red light funds by $238,000. We also, because of losing the red light money, we have $600,000 that was kind of an annual average that were other projects that improved the traffic safety. And we'll get into some of those specifics again in a minute. Restoration of our deferred street maintenance and other building maintenance continue to be challenges. Again, maintaining that competitive pay and benefits in our tight labor market and the competition with the private sector and other public entities is very much a challenge. And then again, we have these unfunded regulatory mandates. They keep coming at us from left and right. So we have to figure out how to absorb that into the budget. So, that, questions, discussions? Yes, sir.
The red light camera fund, did it actually provide funding for positions?
It did.
So those positions will go where?
It funded one position in our court, and we have enough fund balance to maintain that position throughout the rest of fiscal year 19. It's a position that we're going to have some frank discussion with the court personnel. They would very much like to keep that person if at all possible, but we haven't examined what their their workload is and what their points are for keeping that position, and we'll have to decide whether we keep that position or whether we have a reduction in force.
Okay, thank you. Reduction in force means that
That position will be
is
gone,
and that person is gone.
and that person will be gone.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's get into the legislative impact here. The red light camera bill's the first one up. As I told you, was a little bit more information about that. So it is the immediate elimination of the red light camera citations. All the scoff holds are lifted, so we don't anticipate that there'll be any additional money unless somebody just absolutely accidentally pays a past fine. And you don't really see that happening. So same number, 238, 233, that's the operational cost that we previously paid with the red light camera. So that's going to have an immediate impact to the general fund. The $600,000 loss of annual project funds, that just means that those will have to be paid from the general fund or they won't get done. And some of the project examples that were paid out of that in past years, we did a signal at Redbird Lane and Duncanville Road. We did street signage change out to comply with the new reflectivity laws. We did traffic signal video detection. That's where we converted to the old loop sensors that you have to dig up the pavement to the mast-mounted cameras that can sense whether there's a traffic queue there, and it feeds that into the computer system. And it's much more reliable than the old loop. Yes, sir.
So those 4 bullet points that you listed, our choices are not do them at all or pay for it out of the general fund.
Those are past things that were done. I'm just saying that if we wanted to do like projects in the future, we would have to pay for those out of the general fund. I'm just giving you some examples of things that we achieved with the red light camera fund. Am I answering your question?
Yes, body cameras.
We did.
What's the mobile?
Chief, that was body cam.
And call cameras.
Yeah. Richard, it is a 5-year lease, however, so we paid a very large chunk of money into that 5-year lease. The first year, second year was just a minimal maintenance fee, but the third year of that contract will be another 6-figure number, I can't remember off the top of my head, which will replace the body-worn cameras. So it will have another major impact. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do about that third year.
So wait a minute, you're saying, and we're saying that now? I'm lost. Is that part of the 600,000?
Well, I think I'm sorry, go ahead, Paul.
No.
What he's saying is that this hasn't been completely paid out.
Right, that's exactly, yeah.
We still have
We
debt?
still have,
Do we still have debt on the red light cameras and stuff?
That was paid for by the fund.
It was.
But this is just, what we're saying there is that we had about $600,000. When you took out the O&M costs, the red light camera administration, payment to the state, payment to Redflex, we had about $238,000 that we were able to pay for traffic signal maintenance out of O&M, out of the general fund. And we had about $600,000 that we were able to allocate to projects. These are some examples. Sidewalks was also a project, the ADA push buttons at pedestrian signals. So those are some of the
big
projects. Yes, sir.
So can we get a listing by project and by dollar amount, continuing costs that the general fund will have to bear as a result of losing the red light cameras?
Well, I really put that number up here in the 238. We're just simply saying that these were projects that were done that we would have had to have looked at and evaluated whether or not we had room in the budget to have done them.
Okay, but does that also include what Paul was saying?
So you're wanting the projects that are still not completely paid out. that we're
That's
funding.
right.
Yeah, we
If
get
I may
that.
interject
That's right.
tomorrow, we're gonna talk more about that in depth when we talk about the other funds, because it'll show you what
You'll
we
show the
still have
red
left to
line
do
fund.
this
Okay.
fiscal year. We have a fund balance and what our priorities are to spend down that fund balance, so we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, I want to have a very good sense of what we have to pick up in additional expenditures without that revenue.
So we get into the franchise fees, which was Senate Bill 1152. I've mentioned it before. It restricts the collection by municipalities of right-of-way rental fees from cable telecom companies. Essentially, if they pay two, they get to choose the higher of the two franchise fees and pay that. And so we estimate $120,000 is going to be our loss of franchise fees when this goes into effect. I will note that this is before the governor at his discretion to sign, and I've not heard that he signed it yet, but I don't have any reason to believe that he's not going to sign this bill. Building permit fees, HB 852, this is another one of those unfunded mandates. And so it's going to eliminate any type of permit fees that are based on cost of the project or value of the structure. And so we're going to have to redo our building permit fee structure, and we'll rewrite that to base the fees on the square footage. And overall, after we do the work that we're going to do, we think it's going to be revenue neutral. In other words, we don't expect our building permit fees to go down because of this.
We'll be taking that to council at the next meeting.
Thank you. So on that, on building permit fees, I mean, if you're not familiar with how the fees are structured right now, they're sliding scale based on the estimated cost of the project. The theory being that the more expensive the project is, the more likely it's going to have more inspections required of it. The state has said we can't do that, so we have to change the methodology and base it on square footage, which is not necessarily the same either, because something could be a large square foot warehouse as opposed to a large same square footage in a hotel. Well, you're gonna have different levels of inspections there, but that's what they've mandated. So we're gonna change the methodology. We think it'll be revenue neutral, hopefully, but that is one of the mandates that the state has put on us.
So here's the big one coming in FY21. We'll have this property tax cap. And so that rollback rate calculation will be at 3.5%. There's no carve-outs to protect public safety, and any rate above the rollback rate is going to trigger an automatic public vote in the November election. And I just, I can't imagine how you would go through your budget, if you were looking at something. I mean, I guess if you budgeted at the rollback rate, but you were asking for more, then, you could increase your budget once you got it. But you'd have to come, I don't see how that would work. You'd have to go back to council and have another budget meetings and say, now we got the increased amount of revenue, and it seems like a nightmare. I don't think the state thought that through very well.
So what does that mean? So is this the 3 point? Is this what you were talking about the other day, the 3.5%?
Yes.
So tell me how is that on the rate or is that on the assessed value?
It's on the rollback rate, and so that means that you can't exceed 3.5% of your effective rate.
So,
But
I'm not sure if I can try to explain. I'm not sure what Richard said earlier, but so every year we have our assessed value. So when we get our assessed value this year, we have our rate, and that's going to bring in a certain amount of revenue. The state says that's the rate that would bring in that same amount of revenue as last year, but based on this year's value is called your effective tax rate. So as your values go up, that rate would go down because your total is the same. Your rate times your value to keep those revenues the same. That effective tax rate under current law cannot be 8% higher than what our rate is. So our rate, as values are going up and we keep our rate the same, we're bringing in more revenues. So if our actual rate is more than 8% above that effective tax rate, then that can trigger a rollback. Now the state is saying that our rate cannot be more than 3.5% above that effective tax rate. So when Richard is going to show the calculation here,
So you got an
then
example?
to set, yeah, as an example of how, what that 3.5% cap would look like this year.
Richard, just real quick, what's the new term for effective tax rate?
I believe it's called the no new tax rate or something like that. I haven't memorized all the terms.
Yeah, something like that, I guess. The no new taxes rate.
Yeah. Something of that nature. So this is our 2018 taxable values. This is what our current tax rate, remember that we lowered that a penny so that it was under the rollback rate. This was the revenues that it generated.
So you lowered that rate at the time when you did the budget?
We did.
That's
We did.
when you do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And so, based on those 2018 taxable values, I made an assumption that we would apply or have the effective tax rate here, and then at the 3.5%, what that rollback rate would be. So it'd be this 3.4 cent drop. And so then I recalculated what the revenue would be with the current 8% rollback rate, which would, be above our current rate. So we would just be at our current tax rate, and that give you that 17.2 million. And then under the rollback rate calculation, that would be dropped to 16.4. So under the cap, you would have a loss of revenues of $790,720. And so then if you add these other legislative impacts in, like the ongoing operations from signs and signals of 238, the 600,000 in other projects, and then another 120,000 in the franchise fee, you come to a total loss of $1,748,000. And so I wanted to show this a little different way over here, and maybe these calculations will help you understand this a little bit better. Again, these are the taxable values for 2018, $2.2 billion, and the actual tax rate at 0.748. So I made an assumption here because you got to work the model, and we think we're going to come in at a 6% or better increase this year. So I took a 6% increase over this 18 property taxable values. So that comes to 2.4 million with that 6% increase. So I calculated a new effective tax rate based on this. So this tax rate times this would get you back to the same exact revenues that you were the year before. So that's your effective tax rate. So then I calculated the tax revenues, or the rollback rate here at 0.727. And so then what I did down here is multiplied that effective tax rate times this new taxable value. And so we would have had under the old system 17.2, and when under the new with the 6% increase, we would have 17.7. So even though there's a loss, we would still have $516,000 more in revenue than we would have otherwise had. And so then if you look at removing out the built-in step services that you have to have for civil service, and then I just did a 2% inflation increase on the non-payroll portion of the general fund, that's $251,000. That leaves you with about $163,000. That's what your inflation adjusted remainder is that you have to work with.
What would you do about health insurance? What would you do about health insurance?
You would just be in a bind.
So Councilmember Anderson made the comment that yes, that it still benefits you, and that is correct. Even at a 3.5% property tax cap, we would, if property values increased by 3.5% or better, we would see some new revenue.
So increasing the assessed values of each property is still a big benefit.
It's still a benefit, sure.
It's a must, in fact.
It's a must,
With
yes.
these.
The key point here, though, that the council needs to understand is that new revenue that we have year to year, whether it's property taxes, sales taxes, or anything else, is what pays for those other increases that we have in our budget. With all things being the same, if we have inflation, we have built-in civil service step increases, we don't have any compensation increases for anyone else, we don't have benefit cost increases, which we know insurance is going to go up. We already showed you that we're expecting sales tax to be flat next year. So if we don't have these other revenue sources to grow and offset, we're not going to see very much, we're not going to see enough in the property tax to continue what we've been doing. And that means that things like street maintenance, where we've been able to do more in street maintenance, we're going to probably have to pare back, or we're going to have to pare back in some other areas, or we're not doing compensation increases. I don't really know how it's going to all fall out, but it just shows that we're going to have less flexibility.
Or we learn to properly densify our city with what we've got right now and get more out of what we got.
But the thing is, Councilmember Anderson, it doesn't matter how much the values go up. They'll go up, but we will be capped at how much we can collect on property tax.
I get it, but you're still going up, it's lowering our tax rate, it's still getting us the same thing.
It's lowering the effective tax rate, which then means that we don't have that revenue to pay for the
But
services.
we still got a bottom line increase.
What are you gonna do though
That's
with
right.
$160,000? What are you gonna do if you have an increase in your health insurance costs? What are you gonna do if you have other increases that are driven by the economy?
We gotta make that 2.4 billion, 3 billion.
Well, even if it is, to Kevin's point, that's capped at 3.5%.
I wonder what the numbers.
So essentially, kind of almost, well, essentially that bottom line stays the bottom line. It doesn't matter how much you go up. That bottom line stays that bottom line.
I have an option.
If we raise, wait a minute, that doesn't make, if we raise the taxable value to 3 billion, from 2.4 to 3 billion, that bottom line's still gotta be $163,000.
It will be because you're capped at 3.5%.
Compared to the previous year. Over
So you can never make that bottom line go up.
Well,
You can never.
essentially, you couldn't. Now, you could have that same amount that you have an increase year over year, but you can't really change that bottom line amount.
Yeah, I still don't understand totally your,
Well, because
that doesn't.
you've got this 3.5% limitation, and it doesn't matter what your property values are. You're limited at taking that 3.5% above what it was last year. Now next year, everything gets reset, and you go again. And this is a mathematical model. Possibly, you could have a scenario where this is a little bit different, but in theory, this is what it is.
Because
And that's-
taxpayers couldn't continue to keep paying the increase on their property. You're taxing people out of their homes.
I get that.
Well, that's why it was passed. That's this,
But that,
they couldn't just keep paying. It kept going up and up and up and up. They stopped it, they capped it.
I have to think this through a little bit more. Maybe you're gonna have to help me, so think. Because what we need to do is make sure that whatever we can do to get that bottom line up, there's where our zoning and our incentives need to go ahead in that, push in that direction, push us to get to that.
Well, certainly if we were at a scenario where our property values were less than 3.5%, then what you say does come into play. If we were below that, we would be doing everything in the world to at least get to that max.
Councilmember Anderson, do you play poker?
I gamble every day.
Okay, so.
Walk out the door.
So for those
When
of
you
you
walk
that
out
play
the door.
poker, I would liken this to dealing you want 10 cards, I'll give you 10 cards, but you can still only use 5 cards, and I'm not gonna let you have anything higher than a straight, no matter what your 10 cards show you. That's really what we're talking about. So I can give you 12 cards, I can give you 15 cards, but I'm gonna limit you to 5, and I'm not gonna let you have anything higher than a straight.
So if we took 2.4 billion in tax rate today, and that amounted to 1 billion in square feet, we doubled the square feet. Could we, is that gonna count on our cap? So if we took a 1,000 square foot building and made it a 2,000 square foot building, is it still?
That's a very technical question, and I think we probably need to ask the chief appraiser whether that's considered new construction or whether that's considered an increase in value. But I will tell you that remodeling of something is generally just considered an increase in value. They do deduct out new construction. New construction does not count against your effective tax rate.
How do we find out for
We'll have
sure
to
how
talk to
that's?
the chief appraiser and ask that question.
Okay.
Because you want to come through here and remodel stuff?
We want to repurpose things and do things, add more square footage on and less, the same amount of infrastructure. I mean, you want to add more square footage on some of our sites that are not very efficient.
I can kind of tell you this, just on my general knowledge of how the appraisers work, is that if you did something internally to your home that didn't change the footprint and the facade, how it looked on the outside, you probably won't really experience much of an increase. But if you do something like add a second story onto
Right.
your house, something that's visibly changes that footprint or the facade, they're gonna capture that.
So that's what I'm trying to find out. I mean,
And
does that
it usually is a matter of time, because they don't do 100% revaluations, because they don't have
Right,
enough
takes them
manpower.
several
They
years.
just
Be about every 3 years.
Yeah,
Well,
they typically try to do 2
they're a lot more
or 3 years.
sophisticated
Yeah.
these days.
They do it from the
They-
sky
they
and
do.
everything else.
Yeah.
But it probably does. If you remodel an existing.
So you mentioned the
Add it on
$600,000
more,
are just built into
we
that.
added on more.
The 600,000, I'm sorry, what?
The 600,000, go back.
Can we get it?
No,
Not
this is a little different calculation. Here I was trying to tell you, what that loss is, and to add these other legislative impacts to tell you what the loss is. But over here, I'm trying to show you that you have a gain. I mean, we're not trying to do the loss anymore. We're saying this is what the capped gain would be, and then this is kind of how it gets used up.
But it just doesn't look like to me you can sustain what you're doing now.
It's going to be very difficult. And that's what the outrage and the cry is to the people in Austin, that this is going to potentially endanger the ability for us to have adequate public safety, among other things.
Well, we have to cut back in other areas. You can't.
Or make more money in other areas.
Yeah.
We have to make more money.
You know, you have to look at it the way you would in your own home
sales
or your
tax.
own business.
More sales
The
tax.
can't just keep spending the
the
same way.
majority of expenditures in the general fund are personnel related. That's the lion's share. So if you're gonna, if
We have to make
you're
more
gonna
money.
rob and, if you're gonna rob and make money, you go rob a bank, because that's where the money is.
Or we have to
You're
make
gonna
more money
cuts.
without increasing work loads.
Well, the other option is
We have to
to
build
look
things
at
that
other,
are self-policing and
other
self-running, that are
revenues.
better, that are better thought out.
You have to produce.
We have to-
Would you repeat that again, sir?
so when you say make more money, then that is another option, is to look at other revenue streams, other revenue sources. And that's something that's a council policy discussion. We've had had discussions with council previously about street maintenance. That was an area that we were very deficient in. We have made increases in street maintenance, but we are still not at the level where we need to be to maintain our streets at the condition that they should be. We had discussions with council before about a separate street maintenance fee. Council decided not to do that. We've been able to absorb those increases through the increases in property taxes. We're not going to be able to continue to do that. And so,
Where do you get the street maintenance fee?
They wanted to tack on $10 to your water bill last year, everybody's water bill, $10 more a month.
we didn't have a set amount, we just,
That's what we talked about.
You're asking a good question.
What about more sales tax?
sales tax, yes, sales tax is, we can get more sales tax, and that is again why economic development is important. But sales tax is also very cyclical and very, can be erratic. And
But if
so
you
when the
take-
economy goes down, too, people stop spending. So consumerism drops. So if you're heavily dependent on retail and entertainment, then you're going to see that decrease. Richard showed that when the economy went down on that chart he showed you earlier. Sales tax dropped significantly and it dropped quickly.
So stay away from trendy projects, stay with the basics. I mean, make properties, make more sales tax, more potentials, like taking a bigger inefficient property and make it into more efficient sales tax producers. And this is all that zoning backs
What
and
are more
incentives.
efficient sales tax producers?
So like you take like, I can just tell you from my own experience, you take like the 3,500 square foot where Toshio's was, and you make it into 3 little businesses that produce more sales tax with the same square footage.
But if all 3 of them are restaurants and people stop going out to eat, they're all going to suffer, and they're going to have less business and less sales.
You gotta have
tax.
balance, you gotta have good balance and thought. I mean, I granted,
But
you
when
got
when
different
the
things.
economy went down, we saw a drop in sales tax across
I think
all
you prepared,
sectors.
I think we prepared for it in the way we think about it. So-
Well, I think the key is you have to be diversified in your revenues. You cannot count completely on property tax. You cannot count completely on sales tax.
Agreed.
We need to be diversified in those.
It needs to be a holistic approach for whatever we do.
But what we're trying to show here is we're taking a big hit in the revenue side on the property taxes, and that is going to have an impact.
So we gotta
going
really
forward.
be smarter and think this through and stuff to be able to maintain our level of service and all that.
It may be difficult to maintain our level of service given inflationary increases, and that may mean that we have to reduce services in other areas, and then that is the question of where do you want to reduce services?
And so I think that's a discussion that we need to have as council. What services, a priority of services, what's important, and what's not as important. And allocate the resources accordingly.
One thing that I'd like to throw out in terms of sea change in our world, and I'm going from our local issues and I'm going up 100,000 feet. Brick and mortar is dying. Brick and mortar is basically dead. Listen to what Jeff Bezos said last week. He's already, 10 years ago he talked about delivery by drones. Last week he actually demonstrated it. He's pulling out the cities, he's going to show how it's going to happen. Walmart is trying to compete. Walmart is having a very difficult time competing. Talking about restaurants, watch TV and tell me how many apps you see now in terms of home delivery on gourmet foods to your home, so that you don't have to go out to eat anymore. You can purchase a box of food, delivered to your home, throw it in the pan, and you've got gourmet food. And talking about millennials, this is what they're searching for. They're searching for more and better ways to be cool. Brick and mortar in any aspect, whether it's restaurant or whether it's retail, whatever's going to be ringing the cash register is on the slide. The only thing that's not on the slide in brick and mortar is services. So what we have to put in our minds is understanding, yes, let's go ahead and do everything we can with the minimum number, with the minimal amount of square footage that we have left in our city. In terms of redevelopment, repurposing, or new development, it's got to look at something that's going to say, can what we do with this building, this piece of brick and mortar, is it sustainable to combat the sea change that's occurred in the entire globe in terms of what's going on with the internet and other available services that have nothing to do with brick and mortar. All you need is a computer,
and all you need is internet, and you can completely obviate the need to go to any brick and mortar for almost any of your services except getting your hair cut and doing your nails.
So,
Who cleans up
I don't-
after you when you bring all that food home?
so I
Not
I
that
don't,
home now.
I agree partially, but I don't believe brick and mortar is dead. I believe that consumer-related, single-purpose facilities are dead. You have to provide, I mean, social is a basic instinct of human being. We need the social. We have to build holistic communities that it's not all about consumerism. That's what you're talking about, is that part is, I agree with you. But let me tell you, the internet is reviving dead towns all over the country, because people can live at home and you can walk to town to get a haircut, or you can walk to town to get a cup of coffee. But the big box shopping centers, the malls, the single purpose facilities are dying. So whatever,
To wit Walmart on Wheatland.
yeah, just, I
Who
mean,
would
look
think
at,
that Walmart and Wheatland would have to shut down the store?
hey, the average big box is
They had a
11.2
lot of
years.
crime if you've ever been there.
11.2 years in the
Tons.
United States for the big boxes to go away.
Did you see the SEC 8K for JCPenney just came out? JCPenney's stock 10 years ago was over $90, it's now 99 cents. And they brought in appliances and furniture last year. They've already shed appliances and furniture, it's gone. You
But
know,
local things, you know, multi-use centers, sustainable neighborhoods where there's lots of different things to do in one place are gonna get more and more popular. And that's where we gotta, if you have a single purpose piece of real estate for anything, it's not gonna be sustainable.
and I agree. And that's where
So
we're
we're saying the same thing.
That's where
which is-
creativity, in terms of what limited space we have, is got to be very, very focused and very looking toward the future in terms of sustainability. I see sustainability, I mean, will it survive 10 years? Like, I was talking to some folks, looking at all these distribution centers going up in Lancaster and Dallas around here,
So,
in DeSoto. Okay.
That's a bad
Exactly.
situation.
And they're not really distribution centers, they're not warehouses, they're cross docks. If you look at them, they got 100 doors on this side, 100 doors on this side. That's not a warehouse, that's cross dock. That means I pull it in here and I move it out here.
That's right.
And I was talking to the mayor of one of those cities about, do you understand what's happening to logistics and what those buildings are gonna look like in 10 years? You may love what you're getting in taxes today, but you may end up with derelicts in 8 to 10 years because of the change that's occurring and what's going on in our world.
And the
And
scales.
what did they say?
Well, really?
Too late.
Well, the scale's changing too of everything. Scale is, retail is, you know, you used to have a deep center and you have a retail that went all the way back 150 feet. Now you need to go back 20 feet. So you gotta figure out what to do in the back of that place. I mean, it can be residential, it can be manufacturing, it can be other things. And so those are the kind of things that we've got to look at. And our zoning coming right behind it
Yeah.
can guide us into the place that we have good finances.
You know, some of the multi-use facilities I've seen up around UT Southwestern, Parkland, UT Southwestern, those mixed use, I guess is what you call them, right? So on the base floor, you have these bistros. You've got very, as you were saying, Monty, it's like a 1,000 square feet here, 1,000 square feet here, and on top of them, you got two levels of lofts. And those things are going up like wildfire around UT Southwestern and Parkland. And I have no clue what they're renting for.
Why not?
A lot of the
They gotta be
retail,
absorbent.
a lot of the retail, just because it's mixed use, don't mean it's good, because a lot of that retail's been subsidized, okay, because it's too big. So it's all about scale. But I've been doing mixed use buildings as long as anybody probably in Dallas, you know, but a lot of it's like, you gotta look at the scale, the size of the retail, and not have so big, because a lot of that stuff in like St. Thomas, and they've subsidized, it's still subsidized in Uptown today. So just because it's mixed use doesn't mean it's good.
No, I agree.
So it has
Well,
to
and the
be.
housing there, they've got the hospitals, the medical school, and all those that need those apartments, need those.
Well, there's going to be more
We
and more.
don't have that.
Well, there's going to be more. In 1970, 70% of the families were living in single-family housing, and by the year 2030, we're going to have like 20%. So I mean, we're changing, our whole life is changing the way.
But it'll be interesting to see how when we densify, how that will match up with the culture of suburbs consisting of single-family housing. That's an issue. But to me, it seems like we have an organization that's geared up to service the old economy. We have changes happening right now. And to me, the immediate concern is that not only do we have to transition to different revenue streams and different way of doing things, but it seems like to me, once we get there, it will not take the size of organization that we have right now in order to do that. In the meantime, we're here and we have to get there. The immediate concern to me is reshaping the organization so that we can cope with these changes. Because this is immediate. You know, the one thing about changing what we do, it will happen incrementally. Incrementally, right?
Right.
Okay, so we're going to get there, but we have to do some other things to reshape the organization while we get there. That's the immediate concern.
So if I could add one comment, you mentioned about the changes in lifestyles and et cetera, retail, and old towns that are being revitalized because of the internet. The reason they are is because people choose to live there. They want to be in that community. And I think that is something that we cannot lose sight of either, is what are we doing for Duncanville to make this a community that people want to live in? And that means that we have to invest in our community. And that means we have to invest in our infrastructure, and invest in our parks, in our cultural services, in our streets, in our police and fire. And if we are not willing to invest in our community, then how can we expect a business or a developer to come and invest in our community? And that falls to you as the council to make those decisions.
And also as code enforcement on people
That is
keeping their
in the
properties.
general, that is in the general, yes, but that is investing in our resources.
In my
It
opinion,
takes the people to do code enforcement.
in my opinion, the parks that we have are one of our best economic development tools that we have here.
Yeah.
Our parks.
The parks and the beauty of our natural terrain here. I know that's why I came here. You can live here and get to downtown Fort Worth, downtown Dallas, either airport immediately, and you still feel like you're in the country. It's beautiful. If we wanted to, it's changing, but if we wanted congestion and all the stuff that comes along with it, we would have gone north.
And I agree. I have said this to other people. I agree completely. The parks are a great asset to this community. It was one of the first things I saw when I came and visited. But I will also tell you that our parks have been getting old. Our facilities are old. And that is why we did the bond program. And I think the citizens recognize that our facilities, while they were at one time premier facilities, no longer are. So we are maintaining our parks, but it's also time that we have to upgrade our facilities, our restrooms, our pavilions, our infrastructure. So again, what I'm saying is that we have to continually invest and reinvest in our community.
I agree.
Chris Paris doesn't even have restrooms. We didn't. Redbird. District 5 had none in our parks until a couple of years ago. So there were some parks that were being
And
kept
there's
up.
still parks that don't have it.
I know. Chris Paris does.
Okay, Chief?
We have one last real quick thing, so I'm just gonna kind of try to reframe it again on where we're at in this overall discussion. We were talking about future impacts to the budget by legislation. We then kind of, if you probably didn't note, but we kind of skipped to 21 when we started talking about the property tax caps because they don't affect us next year. Chief is going to also talk to you about another mandate that is going to have a big financial impact on us, not next year, but in future years. So we're giving you a heads up that this is coming down the line.
What we're going to talk about is P25 radio compliance. But that is a federal government project, 25 what they call, P25. Basically, what it all boils down to is interoperability. It's the ability to talk to other entities that are coming into your city, or if you're going to another city, be able to talk to them. The standard that we're looking at is the 700 megahertz radio band, which has been dedicated to public safety. The current radio system that we have is based on 3 towers in the 3 cities, and that infrastructure was put up back in April of 2010. Basically, those systems generally last, with maintenance, about 10 to 12 years. And we've had some maintenance issues with our system now. So as you can see, in 2020, we will have had that system for 10 years, so it's going on. Basically, the city of Dallas is putting up one of these 700 megahertz systems. It's got like 29 towers that they're going to be putting up, and they have provided a subscriber basis to where we can subscribe to this system that they're implementing. This system will not be operational. It was going to be in 2020, but they've had some delays, which has brought it up to September of 2021. So just kind of give you an idea, if we want to start thinking about getting onto this system, you start thinking about early March or April about how we're going to finance this type of system on after September of 2021. Robert's going to talk about some of the systems.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Sammy and Kevin indicated to you, the goal of discussing this with you this evening is to put this on your radar. Our radio system is old, and we're not P25 compliant, and so we're going to be looking at replacing our current system, and there's going to be a cost associated with replacing the current system. We can't, as Sammy indicated, we're not able to apply for grants until our system is P25 compliance. And when we talk about P25 compliance, essentially what we're talking about is this coverage and the ability to communicate with other law enforcement agencies. That's really what we're discussing. If you recall, about 3 weeks ago, the city of Grand Prairie had a pursuit that came into our jurisdiction that involved a officer-involved shooting. We want to be able to communicate with other law enforcement agencies across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. It just makes it more efficient as a law enforcement organization. There is going to be a replacement of 190 radios. That's for both police and fire. And we're estimating, and this is just an estimate, that each individual radio is going to cost anywhere from $4,000 to $7,400. That's just the cost of the radio. And then there's a subscriber rate of $28 per device per month. And so it's going to be a very expensive proposition for the city. But having said that, going with Dallas County, we believe is the best alternative. It's going to be cheaper than buying a radio system on our own. So this is something that we need to begin to think about. The city of Dallas and Dallas County is putting the infrastructure in as we speak. They're about 25 to 30% complete. And that's why you see the projected date of September of 2021 here. They're projecting that this system is going to be up and running by this date. So again, we wanted to begin discussions with you now because there's going to be a cost associated with replacing our current radios.
And go back and where are you getting those numbers that you're estimating? You're getting those from where?
I'm getting the radio calls. We have made telephone calls to get estimates on what it's going to cost to replace each individual radio that the police department has and the fire department has. And so we don't know a specific number. We're estimating that it's going to be anywhere from $4,000 to $7,400 for a portable handheld radio.
And that's in today's environment, 3 or 4 years from now, anniversary inflation, that number, so you need some leeway for that?
We believe that's a good number, yeah. That's why we put that range in there. And then in order to join Dallas County, they're telling us that it's going to cost $28 per device, per radio.
And that's where we're getting that other number.
The big variance in the cost is from 3 different types of radios. You have a single band radio, a dual band radio, and a tri-band radio. What they basically are is you have VHF, UHF, and 700, 800. We would like to prefer to get on the 700, 800 on a single band, which makes the radio a little cheaper. But if it comes to a point where we need to communicate with other people on different bands, then you would have to get like a dual band or a single or a tri-band radio to be able to get on those channels to be able to.
Is anyone currently using this outside of Dallas County right now?
Pardon me?
Is anyone currently using the system outside of Dallas County right now?
That's kind of the beauty of it, is because Tarrant County is already on one of these systems. And some of these cities down south have already joined in with Tarrant County. The beauty of it is once Dallas County gets all this infrastructure up, gets it running, then they can just pop a switch, and now we can talk Tarrant County and Dallas County all on our radios.
So when do you all recommend we become compliant?
Well, they're not gonna have it up, Dallas, until 21, September 21.
Totally, but
Yeah, but you're telling us to get in line early.
If
but
you
not far
wanna
off.
buy it.
Well, start thinking about budgetary issues
Yeah.
in that 21 years so that come past September 21, we can join on the system.
If I may say, Seagoville is doing the same thing right now for $1.4 million going into a radio system with Garland, Mesquite, Saxe, and some other cities. So,
Well, we're on the system with Cedarville, Duncanville, Lancaster, and
It's our own system.
Yeah.
We own the infrastructure. Well, DeSoto, Duncanville, and Cedar Hill, and SWRCC own that system.
right,
Currently, we have to maintain it.
right.
If anything goes wrong, like for instance, we had to put in a pretty good chunk of money to replace amplifiers last year. And it was just because the system is getting old and it's not performing the way it should for protection of our public safety.
so let me add, the system that we're talking about is compliant.
This is compliant,
Yeah,
P25
and
compliant,
one-
which would allow us to be able to apply for federal grants to support that system or upgrade that system. Where right now, we have a system, because it's not P25 compliant, we cannot apply for any type of federal grants to upgrade that system or replace that system.
Yeah,
So y'all asking,
They're going to a P25 compliant system.
Correct.
Yeah.
so y'all asking us to do something for this budget coming up right now?
No, it's to consider in the future that this is
21.
coming, is you need to start thinking about budgetary issues.
Superintendent Milligan? What was that, man?
Could you?
Well, and one of the things that we've not mentioned is Southwest Regional, they're going to need to update some of their equipment as well. When we talk about consoles and connectivity, that information is not here because we simply don't know what those costs are. And so Eli, who is the IT lead at Southwest Regional, is attempting to capture that, those costs. So we don't have that up here because we simply don't have any idea what those costs
And we're
are.
going to be a portion of that.
That's
Because we're
correct.
part of the system.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying it's almost like that, the soda type thing?
Yes, sir. The cities that make up the Best Southwest Regional Communication System, we're going to bear the cost. We're going to divide the cost of whatever Southwest Regional Communication System has to incur to upgrade their equipment as well.
I know that it is always our desire, if possible, to pay as we go. Looking at this thing, it's $1 million plus bogey sitting out there. I'm not saying we ought to, I'm just saying maybe we want to plant in the back of our minds the possibility of doing a certificate of obligation. Not a general obligation bond, but going out with borrowing some money, up to $1 million or $1.2 million to get what you all need. And of course, we have to pay interest on that. It would be debt. But looking at everything else that the legislature has put on our plate in terms of taking money away from us, and look at these increases in expenditures and the inability to increase in certain aspects, I just don't know by 2021 how capable we as a city are going to be to generate $1.2 million, $1.3 million
as a pay-as-you-go for this, and this is mandatory, this is federally mandated. And what really hurts me, I knew you were talking about it, Mark, is that until we become compliant, we're precluded from going for any grants. That's why I asked, can we do anything to become this, to do this faster in order to be able to continue to apply for grants? Or are the grants not that important to us in terms of how much we've accumulated?
But it's like the chief said, the system's 25% up now. They still got to put all this other stuff together throughout the system to make it work. It'll be working September of '21. So the whole idea of this
There's no sense
presentation,
in trying to get ahead of the curve.
Well, except that you're talking about purchasing new equipment, and what they're using right now is what works right now. That's not gonna work until September of '21.
I know, it's gonna be totally obsolete.
But after the go date, not
Could you put some in the budget this year and begin to get ready for?
Well, okay,
Save it.
this is a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's a bit not. They know who the manufacturers of these radios are. Can we invest in those companies?
What we are doing is, we're hoping that the 4 cities together buying, that we can get some discounts because there'll be 4 cities buying. So we're still in the preliminary discussions. We're still in the preliminary discussions with Dallas County on the system. But the 4 cities are basically, at this point in time, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're pretty well leaning that this is the preferred options to go with Dallas County as opposed to paying for and buying our own radio system, which means towers and transmitters and radios, as opposed to just paying a subscription-based fee and letting Dallas County manage it all.
and maintain it.
And maintain it. So that's what we're getting for the $28 a month subscription, is for them to manage and maintain it, and invest in the capital for the system. So this is still preliminary. We wanted to give you a heads up that this is coming. We are looking at it. If we can start setting aside funding this coming fiscal year, then we will. But again, this is in competition as well with all of the other things that we'll be talking about.
There goes a dog park.
Probably a good point for
How much you been doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know it really.
How long
Keeps
take
it-
about doing?
Let's take a 15-minute break or so. If you want to get food, we'll continue. We'll eat while we're working. Take-
Mayor and council, I want to briefly walk you through.
And just please continue to eat or get snacks, whatever. We're good.
Certainly. I want to briefly walk you through the police patrol fleet replacement. Here to assist me this evening is Asa Lowe, who is Equipment Service Supervisor. The police department's patrol fleet is made up of 13 patrol vehicles. That does not include 2 motorcycles as well as what we refer to as a smooth traffic vehicle. In fiscal year 18, the council authorized us to purchase 6 Chevy Tahoes, and we appreciate that. Those Chevy Tahoes replace 6 Ford Explorers. And so the transition from the Ford Explorers to the Chevrolet Tahoes began in fiscal year 18. And one of the major reasons for that is we were having some chronic mechanical issues with our Explorers. So in fiscal year 19, the remaining 7 Explorers are scheduled to be rotated out. And those 7 vehicles consist of 6 Ford Explorers and 1 Chevrolet 2014 Chevy Tahoe.
How much are the Ford Explorers what year?
17s. So as we look at this particular slide, what we hope to show you are all of the mechanical problems that we're currently experiencing with the Explorers. As you look at the first bullet point, Unit 112, that's just the vehicle, and the 17 is the year. It shows that a total of 95 days down for engine replacement and exhaust recall. In the second bullet point, as you look from the left to the right, 95 day for engine replacement all the way over to the left for problems with the brakes.
we had a total of 225 down days or 450 down shifts. Keep in mind, we have 2 shifts, and that's where we get the 450 number from, because of 11 different mechanical issues. Now, this does not include the normal wear and tear of these vehicles. So again, just keep in mind, and we'll refer back to this chart here in just a moment. So trying to adjust for the Ford policies. Ford's maintenance schedule for Explorers calls for the engine oil to be replaced in 2 ways. When the indicator vehicle message center light comes on, or every 12 months, which is not proven to be a good schedule because of the wear and tear that we use as police officers on our vehicles.
I don't think that's correct. Every 12 months.
That is for people that don't do a whole lot of driving, that don't reach that level on when the indicator doesn't go off. They replace it. They tell you to replace the or change the oil every 12 months because the filters will break down over that time period. But other than that, you go by the oil life indicator. They don't tell you the mileage.
So looking at the second bullet point, after Unit 112's engine was replaced in early 2018, our garage changed the frequency of the oil more often. So we went from once every 4 months to once every month for the Ford Explorers. And so going to this frequency caused an additional $4,300 just by changing the manner in which we were changing the oil. And then the last bullet point, the new top holes, the oil change are recommended every 7,500 miles, and this is approximately every 4 months. And based on the time that we've had these vehicles in service, we've not had any problems with the oil change in the engines. As we look at this chart, what we're looking at is the current mileage and the warranties by unit. So if we look at the very bottom, what we're looking at is the vehicle. So for example, it's vehicle number 119 and it's a 2017. When we go up and look at the blue, we're looking at the current mileage of that vehicle at the time we put the PowerPoint together. And then we raise, as we go up and we look at the blue horizontal line, this is the 36,000 mile bumper-to-bumper warranty for that particular vehicle. As we go up to 60,000, that's the powertrain warranty for those 6 vehicles. And then when we look at the red, essentially what we're talking about is the idling miles for that particular vehicle. So for every 1 hour of idling, that equates to 33 miles driven for that particular vehicle. And all we've done here in this particular slide, we projected it out 6 months. So from 6 months from the day we put this PowerPoint together, we projected these numbers.
Chief, that statistic, 1 hour idle equals 33 miles, where'd that come from?
That comes from the manufacturer.
Yes. From Ford themselves?
Yes. All right, so moving from discussing the type of vehicle to the frequency of rotation.
Chief, real quick, and Asa, so then based on those previous slides and Ford's calculation, means we're out of warranty.
Correct.
Well, so Ford actually extrapolates the idle time into raw miles and applies that for the warranty?
Yes, sir.
Versus what's on the odometer? Glad we're not buying Fords anymore. We're still on the air, aren't we?
So the Ford Explorers have proven to be a problem for us. Ford calculates idling hours and accelerates the warranty, just as Kevin just mentioned to you. So for 1 hour of idling, that equals 33 odometer miles. And so for continuity for our patrol officers, what we're looking for is a way to have some consistency in all of our vehicles. Remember, we purchased 6 Tahoes last year in fiscal late 18, and we would really like to have that same consistency going into 2019. This particular chart, what we wanted to do is we wanted to show you what the other best Southwest cities are doing. And so when we look at the city of Duncanville, and we start to your left, the number 6 is the minimum staffing and patrol. So we have a policy in place that says each and every day our patrol staffing would be a minimum of 6 officers. And as we look at the next column, green, it's the number of patrol vehicles that we have assigned to patrol. It's 13 patrol vehicles. And as we go to the next column, the red, that's the average daily use. For the most part, we're using our vehicles around the clock. And then the next column, the 2 indicates is the goal for the year rotation. Right now, we've been rotating our vehicles every 2 years. So when you look at the city of Cedar Hill, they also have a minimum staffing of 6 officers. But here's a large difference, if you will. The city of Cedar Hill has 32 vehicles assigned to their patrol fleet. And they're using their vehicles half the time that we are. They're using them an average of 12 hours per day. And they have a goal of rotating their vehicles out every 4 years. And when you go to the city of DeSoto, their minimum staffing is 7. They have 27 vehicles assigned to patrol. Again, they're using their vehicles 12 hours a day. And then their goal is 5 years of replacing their vehicles.
Chief, how long is a shift?
How long is what, I'm sorry?
A shift.
12 hours.
So our officers are on shift 12 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I'm going back to that 450 down shifts.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then finally, the city of DeSoto has a minimum patrol staffing of 7 officers. They have 28 vehicles assigned to patrol, and they have a goal of replacing their vehicles every 2 years. And so, what are our options in the city of Duncanville? What we wanted to do, Mayor and Council, is just provide some options for you. We can keep the Explorers, all of which Ford considers to be out of any kind of warranty. We just talked about that based on the idling. We can add more vehicles to our patrol fleet. But if we do that, we have a tremendous cost. To outfit up a Tahoe, it's $52,000. And so if we just added 10 vehicles to our patrol fleet, bringing it up to a total of 23 vehicles, we're looking at a front-end cost of $520,000. Or we can move the rest of the patrol fleet to Tahoes. And it says Chevy doesn't count idling hours to engine miles, whereas one Ford equates to 1 hour to 33 miles driven. And then the Tahoes seem to be a more reliable vehicle.
Do they have some monitor on the Ford for idling?
Will they stop it? I don't believe so.
There's an idle hour meter. Is that what you're?
So you have to buy Fords with the meter on it?
That's the way they come. They have the odometer, the hour meter, engine idle hour meter.
I had a Ford Explorer, mine didn't have one.
These do.
They do now.
Yeah.
All Fords do?
I'm not sure about all Fords. I just know that these do.
I've never seen.
This could be something special because it's a police-related building.
Probably.
It's weird.
Chief Brown?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, could you go back to a couple of slides right there? And, is there a strategy I have? I like the fact that we have, considering our size, we have that many vehicles that are patrolling and stuff. But is that just different strategies there, or?
I think it's just, as you indicated, different strategies, history of the departments. There's various reasons why the cities are purchasing vehicles in these numbers. I think for the city of Duncanville, it's just kind of the way we've always done it.
Storage capacity too, or lack thereof, as a driver. we don't have room to store that many vehicles.
We have 6 officers on at all times, is that what you said? Is that?
Yes, sir, we have a minimum staffing of 6, but that does not mean we will have 6. It means we could have 8. It just depends. We have a minimum staffing of 6.
And you have 13 cars, Bob?
Yes, sir. So here's the recommendations. Replacing Ford Explorers and the older Tahoe, which is a 2014 model, which has over 27,000 miles on it with new Tahoes, is in line with our current rotation. Given the fact that the idling time does not accelerate mileage figures for the warranty with the new Chevrolet Tahoes.
Chief,
I think
you were on that slide and you went back and never covered it.
I'm sorry. So here's what the other best Southwest cities are doing. Lancaster, for fiscal year 2018, they ran their patrol fleet 24 hours a day, which put anywhere from 45,000 to 50,000 miles. And fiscal year 19 reduced to 12 hours of the day with more vehicles, which is expected to result in 10 to 15,000 miles. The SOA has indicated they're not going to buy any more Fords. 2 of their vehicles had to have turbochargers replaced, and they currently have 4 others that are down that needs to be replaced. And then Cedar Hill says they're not going to replace, they're going to replace their Fords with Tahoes. So again, these are the recommendations. I really think it's important to point out here, Madam Council, that there's a good possibility that if we replace those remaining Explorers with Tahoes, that we will be able to increase our goal for rotation by raising this from 2 years to 3 years. Because we're getting better service from the Tahoes, they tend to be more reliable.
How about 5?
And that can't happen.
We'll just have to evaluate it, but we do believe that we can raise it at least 1 year.
So $500,000 every year?
Safety is important with this line, and
We're not talking
if
about
you're-
safety. We're talking
If
about.
if you don't have vehicles on the road, you're talking about safety and stuff. So this is, I mean, this is an important thing that they have here. And the thing I will tell you, I know that Ford already knows that they're in a losing proposition, and Ford's actually trying to go for the 2022 market. And they know they've put out a not so good product. I mean, Chevy is beating them.
Let me also share a couple of situations that I've experienced over the course of my career. Back when I was working for the city of Dallas as a Dallas police officer, I worked Southeast Patrol, and I worked the evening shift. And there was days after shift briefing that I would literally go out and stand and wait for a patrol car to come for me to use for my shift. In the city of Duncanville, we've not experienced that. Our citizens have really enjoyed a very good response time. And it's very important, and I've got to applaud the city. You have provided us with the vehicles that we need, and we're asking that you continue to do that, because it's going to be efficient for our police department, and our citizens will continue to enjoy a very good response time. If we're having problems with vehicles, our response time is going to go up.
So Chief, I definitely concur with what you're saying, and making sure the quality vehicles on the street and that you're using properly as needed. Intending the TML, I did run across the company that's leasing vehicles to police department, and I know how they started up. They kind of gave me their history, but I'm just curious if we didn't explore that.
We did.
That's a very good
So-
segue, Councilmember Cooks. That's our very next slide after the chief is done to
All
talk
right,
about
good.
buying versus leasing.
All right, good deal, thanks.
Yes, sir, we're certainly going to share that information. Then the last thing that I will share with you, The week of May 20th through the 24th, I worked patrol with our officers. And I rode in the Fords and I rode in the Chevrolets. And I'm 6'4", 250, and I was very comfortable in our Tahoes. And we have some officers that are as large as I am. And so this is their office. They're in these cars 12 hours a day. And so I would ask you, as you're making the decision, please consider that. Please consider that. Thank you.
Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. This was again, an analysis of fleet replacement, buy versus lease, and a little bit of background. Again, we use a fleet replacement fund that manages, all the vehicles that we have in our inventory, and then we make transfers out of the different, or show transfers out of the different accounts into that for replacement of those vehicles when the time comes. We had looked at the leasing. The D&M Leasing was the leasing company we talked to. They were the ones on the buy board that we talked to get our numbers. And again, just in general, I'm sure everybody's familiar with the leasing, how it works. But again, the interest rates that we're talking with D&M is in the 4.5% to 5.5% interest rate. And I'll show you in the next two slides. But the bottom line is the fleet replacement fund model is the better model when you're looking at the vehicles. So what you're going to see on this slide and then the next slide, we looked at two vehicles, an F-350 and an F-150. And the reason why we took those out is we had recently, we had all their data from when we bought them until when we sold them at auction. And so we use those as our model for both of them. So in the case here, let me just orient you to the slide real quick. All the green columns, again, correlate with the dollars associated with buying the F-350, and then you'll see it on the next slide. And then the blue is the cost associated with leasing. And so what you see for the buying is on year one, we bought the F-350 at $28,000. And then we sold the vehicle in year 10 for $5,350. And so the cost of that vehicle in terms of just dollars is $22,650. Now what's not shown here is the maintenance throughout, but we are responsible for the maintenance of those vehicles whether or not we lease them, and so that's a wash. So it's really, how do you want to pay them? Do you want to finance? It's really just a decision of financing or leasing the vehicles. Now when you look at the F-350s, again, you see a whole series of $3,120 payments. There's a little $250 surcharge on the year 10 for processing. So the cost of that same vehicle, had we leased it, would have cost us $31,450. So in this case, we saved $8,000. And again, we're talking multiples of vehicles, our fleet, and so this adds up very quickly. Here was the other vehicle that we looked at, which was an F-150 over 8 years. Again, we bought that vehicle for a little under $14,500. We sold it 8 years later for $6,100. So the total cost of ownership was $8,300 versus when we leased it, running that model, it would have cost us $12,000 to own that same vehicle for the 8 years. And so in this case, we saved almost $4,000.
Mr. Ramey, in terms of leasing, do they have like a mileage charge? I mean, when it comes, or do they have a limit, or?
They'll set it up however we agree upon it. The reason why I chose the 8-year and the 10-year life cycle, like a 350 over 10 years, you're going to have about 75,000 miles on it. I mean, that's, when they do their leasing scenarios, they try to find that break-even point where you're going to get the most out of it without having to put a lot of money into it in repairs. And we actually do the same thing with our fleet rotation plan. We have an expected life of it, and we evaluate it annually to come up with that, to try to get rid of it before it starts costing us a lot of money. So we're basically doing the same thing a leasing company does, except we don't pay interest.
And we get a value at the end when we sell it.
Right.
You gave us a comparison with the cities. What comparison you have to show us with leasing? In other words, that you go out to other cities that's currently leasing their vehicles and show us a comparison on what they said as well.
Well, we didn't go out and look at other cities. We compared, because again, what we were thinking would be more pertinent is what is our city would be paying if we entered into the lease with the buy board.
Cities
Using
that
the
typically
same,
would do a lease program are cities that do not have a fleet replacement program in place. If they can't afford to put a fleet replacement, a vehicle replacement fund in place, they will look at leasing, because there is a cost to starting up that fleet replacement fund. So if they don't have those kinds of funds, then they will look at a leasing type. What did the guy say when you called him about it? And now,
I think we had explained the model.
Well, and that's what one of that's their model. You know, they've got entities that have 25-year-old vehicles that are falling apart, and they can only afford to replace so many. With leasing, it is a good deal for them. They don't have the fleet rotation fund like we do. They are able to purchase more vehicles, newer vehicles, and rotate them out.
Well, I think we had talked about when we talked with them and explained how we do it. Everybody, that's the best way to do it.
Well, you know, I'm all for what's best financially for the city. I want to make sure, though, that we are allowing ourselves opportunity to compare apples to apples with that. I mean, you guys know it better, you guys sit through it. But I went and listened to the TML presentation to DM leasing. I'm not saying I'm for it. Normally in banking, I wouldn't be for leasing, period. But in listening to the presentation in that short period of time, I just wanted to make sure we really didn't go into pulling the information because we didn't want the leasing versus purchasing the vehicle, that we really compared it.
Well, I mean, we used the model that they use to get the numbers that they're going to charge us. If we had done that with these two particular vehicles, so that, again, we wanted to take away, and why we picked these two is we had the purchase history of these two vehicles and extrapolated it. Again, the buy board sets the rate for everybody, you know, when we would use the buy board, and so the interest rates are what we're going to realize, and again, we assume the lower, you know, the lowest end of the interest rates as well. So, I mean, I don't.
When you buy the cars, do you finance them?
No, we pay cash.
So when you're leasing, you are financing them, though.
That's right.
So leasing is fleecing, in my opinion, but, you know, if, I mean, somebody's got to make that spread, and either you make it or some auto company makes it. So to me, it's a no-brainer.
And we make the spread.
You make the spread by buying it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yes, sir.
Are we, I'm not sure we're looking at apples and apples here. Is a spec police Tahoe available on lease?
Yes, but when...
Because the reason I asked the question is, this whole discussion was on our police fleet, and now we're looking at pickup trucks with an 8 to 10 year life cycle, and that's not a police vehicle. I'd like to get
I
that.
also talked to Enterprise, and they will do the police, but they will not only do the police, you have to do your whole fleet, because they can't make up the money at the end of the lease on the police vehicles.
Okay, so in answer to my question, a spec police vehicle to our specs is or is not available on the lease?
Yes.
And under what condition basis?
Only if you lease out your whole fleet, not
whole
just
fleet?
the police.
All 13 vehicles have got to go?
No, all of
the
our
whole
vehicles,
city's
all the work trucks, all our.
Yes, dump trucks, pickups, service trucks, everything.
Sedans, pickup trucks?
Everything. They won't touch
Talk about
that.
that answers your question. Talk about a handcuff.
fleet replacement fund is the most cost-effective way to do it. What we're doing is we're saving that money, we're allocating that money by department for their vehicles. We're saving that money for when it's expected to have to be rotated out, and then we can pay cash for that vehicle. But it also gives us the flexibility to extend the life of that vehicle if we have low maintenance on it, low miles, and we routinely do that. ASA, all the departments, every year and periodically look at that fleet replacement schedule, and we'll shift vehicles out or pull them up if they need to. But that fund gives us the flexibility to do that. We're not paying the interest to someone else to do it. And as Greg showed you, with just 2 examples, we're saving significant amount of money on each vehicle. And we have the fund set up. We have a good balance in it. In fact, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But because we've been able to save money and been able to push vehicles out and manage a good fund, we have a good fund balance. We're reducing the contribution rates, and we did that this year's budget. We'll do it again next year's budget. Reduce the contribution rates from each department. That reduces the overall budget expenditures. So this gives us the most flexibility the way we're doing it right now, and is the most cost-effective way to do it.
So if you crank in the reliability rating of the Tahoe, and Chief said it could go to 3, if, you know, with good reliability, that could go to 4.
That's a possibility.
It's possible. I know it's longitude, you gotta work it all out, but if it's really that much better a vehicle in the overall with everything else going, we could go to a 4-year replacement.
Once we get the data behind us and have more use of that vehicle, yes, we would be able to make that decision.
Mr. Law, I have one other question, I guess, related towards, is this considered as a best practices for cities? I mean, that might not be your specific question, but I mean,
I think Richard would probably be able to answer that best.
I would say that it's becoming, the trend is becoming a best practice. There are a whole lot of cities that, like Kevin said earlier, that didn't find the funds to start a fleet rotation program. Fleet rotation was started before I came aboard here, so it's well over 13 years old. The thing that I find when I'm with counterparts is people are amazed that we have a fleet rotation fund, because there's a lot of cities that don't, and they're absolutely amazed that we have $1.4 million in the bank to go buy a fire truck when we need it, and we don't have to go finance that. Because by far and large, most people end up issuing COs to fund their fleet, or they end up leasing. And I think that this exercise has helped us to understand that the restrictions on leasing are pretty significant.
Yeah, I just think, I just really want to make sure we went through the proper exercise of it, period, and not just doing it because we do have the fleet fund there, but really gave it a real good look. At the end of the day, I'm comfortable with whichever one comes out. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't go in it with blinders on, thinking fleet was not the way to go without really balancing out or looking at it in its entirety. Almost like having 2 different people. Chief saying, I'm for fleet. The next guy's Greg saying, I'm not, I'm for leasing. And battling out between saying which one is what by looking at it black and white on the table. So I think that's what you showed us. We just want to make sure that process of evaluation was truly a great process for you.
I have one comment. You know, me working for a city myself and recruiting retention being big, when these candidates come and evaluate your department, they look at your equipment. And if you don't have relatively decent fleet, they're not going to come. Secondly, to retain them, if you got stuff that's breaking down all the time, they'll be gone. They will leave. And we do, and you know, with Dallas, we do have an aggressive replacement plan. Every 10 years we replace a fire engine, and every 2 years we replace an ambulance. So that's just the way it is. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Todd Siegel. I'm the Human Resources Director. I'm going to be talking tonight about compensation, which we've been a common thread throughout many presentations, personnel considerations, TMRS changes or considerations, and then a few program considerations for you for the next fiscal year. Starting with compensation, our goals with compensation are to remain as competitive as we can with our benchmark cities, which I will talk about, and at least for public safety to be number 2 in the best Southwest, ahead of Lancaster and DeSoto. And what this chart depicts is our current civil service, police, and fire pay plan for this fiscal year. And you can see, as Richard did mention many times, for police and fire, there are required annual steps, salary increases that occur. And that's the plan for this year. And then for general employees or non-civil service employees, they do not have automatic annual increases like the civil service employees do. Our pay ranges appear to be competitive with our benchmark cities. We did target some specific positions for market-based adjustment, which we'll talk about. And we are anticipating an increase to insurance costs for the next fiscal year. We don't have that data available yet, but we are anticipating a small increase. So what this chart depicts is a historical look from 2010 until current of our general employees and what compensation changes have occurred to them. And there's also some information contained within the notes section regarding civil service employees. So for example, for this fiscal year at the bottom, 2019, you can see that Council, you gave a 3% across the board increase for general employees, and you also gave a 5% increase for police and fire civil service employees. For those council members who are new, I just wanted to talk briefly about our benchmark cities. We have 15 benchmark cities which are listed to the right. These are our current benchmark cities as a result of a 2015 comprehensive compensation study that was conducted, and these are the cities that were approved by the council at that time. These cities are based on cities that are within the Metroplex, those of similar size, and those with similar positions for which we can do comparative analysis. And it's important to continue using the current cities for comparison and historical purposes. You may recall that last year, those of you who were on council and the mayor, you asked us to look at some different cities, and we did present many different options to you with the different cities, but the results were basically the same as they would have been with the current benchmark cities. Okay, so we did do a salary survey to our benchmark cities this year, and this is pretty much an aggregate level chart. What it depicts is there are 4 different types of employees. There are exempt employees, non-exempt employees, and then you have police and fire. Our salary survey looked at 18 exempt positions, 31 non-exempt positions, 4 police tiers within the police department, and the 5 fire positions. And just as an aggregate, as I said, this is how we compared with our benchmark cities with respect to their minimum and maximum salary ranges. So you can see we're pretty much under percentage-wise for all, except for the maximum range of the aggregate or level of the non-exempt employees.
Should we pay less?
Our minimum and maximums are less.
We have some cities in here that really need to come out. We're not competitive with cities the size of Frisco and McKinney, and I mean, those are huge.
Yes, but we still need to know what they pay.
We don't know what they pay.
Compete, and because.
Correct.
Because.
There are competitors. We're losing a lot of specifically police and fire to some of those cities.
It's not a population factor in the index, it's whether whether individuals are mobile enough to go from one city to the other. In terms of geographic proximity, it's not how big the city is.
Correct.
Well, it is in some terms on what they can pay, because Dallas.
True enough, but it's, will
Right here,
a
too.
police, or
We don't have
will
Dallas
a
on
city
there.
employee bolt from Duncanville to go to Louisville if the money's enough? It's not a matter of population, it's just a matter of how close it is and whether I'm willing to make the drive.
So,
And again, some of those other cities, Councilwoman, may not have the same positions that we do, so the comp study did indicate that these cities, the 15 that are current, are the cities with the most similar positions of us, from which to make comparisons.
Because I see Richardson's not on here.
That was one of the ones we looked at last year.
And why were they taken off?
Because these 15 that we use are the 15 approved cities by the council back in 15. So last year, you did not make a decision to change the approved cities.
We showed you the data, and it really didn't have any appreciable difference to these. We used the cities that y'all told us to use to look at. We inserted those, and you told us to take certain ones out, add certain ones in, and we did. Todd did that exercise. It didn't change the data appreciably, so there was no change made to our benchmark cities because those were the ones we've been using. We need to continue to use them for consistency until the next time we do a study. But it's the aggregate that we're looking at. Again, as an average, a median. We do look a lot closer at our best Southwest cities because they're the closest to our as competition. But again, it's the aggregate of those cities that we're looking at.
Correct. We lose being lower, I mean, we were below everything basically. Are we losing people because of that?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
How many police did we lose last year?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can get it for you. Chief, do you know the total number of police?
What's the question, I'm sorry?
Do you know the total number of police that left us this fiscal year from last year?
I don't know that number off the top of my head.
We had some retirements, but we did have some that went to different cities.
Well, I heard about retirements, that's why I didn't hear about other ones that just left.
We just had some.
How much are we talking about to catch up to?
Well, there's your numbers
Yes,
right
so the
there.
next 5 slides are going to really zero in
And
on
let me
police and
mention
fire.
too, real quick, because it's not just about people leaving, it's also about getting people in the door to apply. And if we can't be competitive in our starting salaries, we're not going to get people coming in the door to apply. And it's police, it's fire, but as Todd also showed, it's our other positions as well, where we are seeing high turnover in the utility area because we're losing workers there. So again, it's about, trying to maintain a competitive place. We're not going to be the highest paid, but we need to be competitive.
And I can also interject that from a testing perspective, we have, a fair amount of applicants who are applying for police and fire, but they aren't showing up for the tests. So that, it's indicative that many cities are testing at the same time, and a lot of these candidates or applicants are going to other cities to take their test and to be employed.
You think that's because of money?
I think that's one of the driving factors.
I think so,
but
too.
not 100%, definitely a major contributor.
Opportunity to go up?
To promote.
Yeah, because normally city employees can go from city to city. And they can start at a small one, go to a medium one, go up, or they can go lateral.
It varies.
Yeah, it does. They know each other. Did you know that? City employees all know each other from different cities.
I'm sure they do. We're like a fraternity, right? I mean,
Uh-huh.
like, yeah.
It is.
Yeah, within the civil
I
service.
mean, yeah.
I disagree.
So the next
What's
four,
wrong?
the next 4 or 5 slides.
That's for you.
The next 4 or 5 slides zero in just on police and fire and from a comparison standpoint. So we're starting with the police department and starting with the police officer position. You can see what our Duncanville minimum and maximum salary range is on that pay plan. And then using just our benchmark cities, the 15 cities, you can see what the average and the median, mins and max are, and what our percent difference is from the average and the median for police officer. And we are 12 out of 15 from our comparative cities. And then in the best Southwest, looking at the same data, we are 1 out of 4, so we're competitive in the best Southwest, but not so much in our 15 comparison cities. Moving up to the next tier, police sergeant, the same data, we're 11 out of 15 from our benchmarks and 1 out of 4 for the best Southwest. And police seems to be doing well all around in the best Southwest, but not so much with our comparative cities. And this is the police lieutenant, and these are our salaries and what the benchmarks and what the best Southwest are. We're 9 out of 14 in the benchmarks, and again, 1 out of 4 in the best Southwest. And then the top civil service tier is the assistant police chief. We're better in this area, we're 6 out of 15 and still 1 out of 4. Moving on to fire, the results aren't as good. For the first level firefighter paramedic, our min and max salaries is 55 and some change, and then 69 and some change. You can see in the benchmark cities, the average min and max are higher, and so are the median min and max. And our percent difference from both of those is more negative. So we are 13 out of 14, and we're second out of the best Southwest. And
Who's
then-
number one on the best Southwest?
Cedar Hill, I believe.
Cedar Hill.
Yes. For fire engineer, we're 11 out of 14, and we are 2 out of 4 again.
That's for paramedic too.
Paramedic is within the firefighter rank.
And so why is it that our paramedics, don't they score higher on their response?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
That's what I understood from the response time, the paramedics.
Well, that might be the case, but in terms of salary,
But I just wonder why they would come here for less money and they were more competent. You know, like how their response time and if you're having a heart attack, how they're quick, they can revive you, get you to the hospital, and they have a higher rate than.
could be, sorry,
Sounds
it could be that they
sounds
may
like
not
they're
pass,
well-managed.
or they may not pass the test.
Well managed.
They may not pass the test in other cities, and then they come here and pass the test, and then they go through their training, and then shortly thereafter, they're mobile.
Sounds
But
like
a lot of our
well
people,
organized.
they come to us as a firefighter EMT. And the reason why they come to us for a firefighter EMT, because they know we're gonna put them through paramedic school.
Right.
Once they pass paramedic school, they are a valuable commodity, which all the other cities say, if I can get your people, I don't have to send them to paramedic school.
So they don't, do they pay for paramedic school, the other
They
cities?
can,
Do they?
sometimes. Depends on how they, like, score on their list. But most of the time, their preference is for a firefighter,
But
paramedic.
don't you have a program in place where if they don't stay here for a certain amount of time, then they owe us money back on their schooling?
Correct.
Yeah,
If they leave, if we send them through paramedic school and they leave within 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, it's a percentage that when they leave, they have to pay us back that percentage for leaving us early with the money that we invested in them.
So it goes up to 4 years?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is it only EMTs that we pay for to go through school?
No, sometimes we'll get paramedics. Our deal is certified or certifiable as a firefighter EMT or a paramedic. They come to us as a paramedic, then we'll send them to a fire academy to become certified as with the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. So then they're certified both ways again. But the key is they're a valuable commodity once they get those two certifications.
So in Dallas, we take them in as a civilian from all over the United States. We train them as firefighters, paramedics, and then they leave.
You have your own academy, though.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, sir.
And they still leave?
They still leave. And our base pay is not as high either.
See it's ours?
So,
In Dallas, it's not as high as Duncanville.
So then moving up the ranks, we have fire captain, we're 14 out of 15 for benchmarks, 3 out of 4, so we're not doing as well with our best Southwest comparisons. Battalion chief, we're 14 out of 15, again, 3 out of 4. And then the assistant chief of fire, we're 5 out of 15 for benchmark and 1 out of 3 for our best Southwest. Okay, so the next slide is some good information. And this is the citizen served per employee. So what this is showing, and Richard has talked about this before, we're very lean. Duncanville, this is the number of citizens that each employee services, and each employee in the city of Duncanville services about 155, 156 employees. So we are on the lean side.
No, people, citizens.
Pardon me?
One employee served
155 citizens, yes, sir.
Yes.
Did I say employees?
You said, yeah.
Okay.
Are these raw numbers of employees or are these full-time equivalent?
These are full-time equivalents, sir. Right. The next slide is the average payroll per employee. So we're on the opposite side now. So this is taking our annual payroll, dividing it by the full-time employee count. And you can see that our average salary per employee is about $68,000, $69,000, and we are towards the bottom end of that. Mayor, you had asked for the full-time equivalency data, full-time equivalency data. So this slide shows our full-time budgeted positions. The top line is the total full-time numbers in the last 5 years. So from fiscal year 14-15, where we had 260.3 full-time employees. And the percentages are based on the funding, because some are split funding with grants and other kind of funding streams. To currently in 18-19, we have 273 full-time employees. And then the other colors just break down by general fund, purple is utility fund, and the gray line, which is hard to see, is the other funds. And those three lines add up to the blue line. So these are just the full-time. And then the next slide shows our part-time.
Just go back, just a second. So in 5 fiscal years, our total full-time staff has gone up 13 people.
Correct. So slow and
13
steady.
actual raw bodies.
Yes, budgeted bodies. Budgeted
How many people did we have in 15?
How many people?
14, 15,
260.
260.3.
We had 244 for years. 245. We fluctuated between 44 and 45.
Probably prior to that year.
So this is just full-time.
This is just full-time. The next slide depicts the part-time budgeted full-time equivalents from the same 5-year period. The blue line again is the total, so you can see in 14 and 15 we had 28.9 part-time equivalent positions. It went up. There was a little bit of an increase in 15, 16, and then it came down and pretty steady to where we're now at 34.7 this year. And then you can see again the different fund balances. And there are no part-timers in the utility fund. That's why that is not depicted here. And the reason why there's more fluctuation in the part-time is because you have to look at the operational needs of some of the departments. Field house, the more programs that they take on, the more part-time funding, more part-time positions are needed to carry out the operational need.
How many hours of work time per year do we use to calculate the equivalent?
Well, usually, most part-timers are 0.5 generally.
How many hours for full-time? 2080?
2080.
2008.
Yeah, that's what makes up a full-time.
Okay.
So we have part-time employees in the field house, in recreation, parks maintenance, for school crossing guards,
building maintenance,
library. Yeah, so we have part-time in a lot of different areas. As Todd said, our part-time fluctuates, especially in those like the field house or recreation. Our other ones are pretty steady, but in those areas it can fluctuate because of programming. But they're usually offset by revenues as well. So if you've got like day camps and more day camps, you've got to have more employees, but you're also bringing in more revenue on the other side of that.
Go back one slide, please.
Sure.
Do you have any idea what happened between fiscal 16, 17, and 17, 18 that we increased? I mean, that seems to be the largest increase
Yes,
in
I can
full-time
tell you what
budget.
those positions were.
What was that?
We added a planning technician and a permit technician in the building inspections area. We added 3 maintenance workers in public works for a concrete crew. Those of you that were on council at the time will remember that we talked about we could bring our contracted concrete construction in-house and save money. Right, we brought 3 people in for basically a net dollar amount of $14,000. So that was 3 people. The other 3 people were in the field house, and that was as a result of the field house study that was done the year before I got here, recommending that we bring management of the field house in-house and add some full-time staff to that for food and beverage, maintenance, and marketing. So those 3 positions were added in that year, so that was the 8 positions.
in the 2 fiscal years since, we basically are status quo.
Last year, we added, as you recall, into this year, the FY19, we added the budget analyst, Jennifer, and we added
Residential.
the rental registration clerical assistant. Right. So those 2 positions.
Okay, before you said plant, we had a planning technician and what else?
Permit technician, that was in building inspections. Building inspections code area.
3 in public
You really
works,
think you
3 in the
saved
field
money?
house, food and beverage maintenance, and
Market, that accounts for the 80.
You really think you save money by bringing like concrete crews in-house versus subcontracting?
Been able to do more, been able to do it year round.
Our cost
I
per,
found the opposite to be true mostly, but only.
our cost per, like, they do all our sidewalks repairs and our ADA ramps mainly, and then they'll do other specialty jobs to support different other projects. But we usually keep our metric on the sidewalks per linear foot costs and our ramps. And we say about 25% below market.
Okay, moving along, we're gonna start.
Even with overhead and everything?
Well, we calculate sort of full burden, we do a full burden in our, the materials that we use.
We'll move now into personnel considerations. First, beginning with some new positions that are being considered. The first one that was mentioned before by Richard would be a result of the grant funding being eliminated. That would be for the crime victim advocate in the police department. The dollar amount for that would be $58,000, and it's important to understand that that is salary plus the full benefit package. And this position would move from grant funding to hard dollars. And it's important as a side note for you to understand that there's also a current part-time position that is also within that funding, and that position will be eliminated. This position provides support, assistance, information, and advocacy to victims of a crime.
so this one you're talking about doing away with.
Now, this one would go, this is the full-time one, and it would go from grant funding to city dollars, and the part-time position would be eliminated.
What was the dollar for the part-time?
She was only working approximately,
Very small numbers.
yeah, 6 to 8 hours per pay period.
Thank
And the
you.
grant was taking care of both of them?
Yes.
So this position is on the jurisdiction of the court, right, Rich?
No.
No,
You
it's
were
under-
talking about a person
That was a person that was funded through the red light funds.
to the red light, and that's the one that's in the court system.
Yeah, that's the one that we'll have to evaluate whether we need to reduce.
And this person is, where?
And the
this is-
police
This is
department.
an HR?
Police department.
This is a police department person.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, so if you had a part-time, you had a full-time, so that full-time is now gonna take over responsibility of the part-time and the full-time?
Yes, again, the part-time person was not working very many hours. So we believe that the full-time person can handle that.
And you have enough duties?
Yes.
For the full-time to take on
Yes, sir.
versus hiring a part-time?
Yes, sir.
Chief, how do you personally feel about the need for this person?
I think this is a very important position, Mayor. Many people are not aware that there's funds available if you're a victim of a crime. When we have a offense that's committed, this person actually contacts that person. We try to determine specifically what happened. We refer them to the state. There's a lot of things that this particular person does, and I think it's a very important position for our police department.
There was a bill in the Texas legislature that was introduced about a crime advocacy person doing exactly this. I don't remember the number of the bill. Is anybody aware of that? Now that it was actually initiated by a North Texas representative, but I don't remember the number of the bill, but it was trying to get a lot of visibility.
What,
asked
getting
for that.
funding from the state?
No, well, yes, is to pursue the establishment of that particular position with funding from the state. Remember we went to, it was in Washington, we went to that briefing, and that guy, was he from Hearst or Bedford or?
Oh, yeah.
And it was,
Yeah, he
But
was
it was-
from, because he wanted a bill passed
for this particular
yeah.
purpose, for counseling victims of crime. The reason I bring it up is it seems pretty important.
It's extremely
That we have someone on staff to be able to speak with our victims of crime.
I
It
concur.
goes to the mental health issue. You know, our former council member, Patrick LeBlanc, was very, very interested in mental health and mental safety. And victims of crime are, what's the word I'm looking for, impacted so severely if they don't have anybody to talk to. It only worsens their mental health, and that can it can be attributed to their further downfall or mental health, and then push those individuals into crime.
Correct.
You know, that's what I kind of learned from Patrick in terms of understanding people that are victims of crime, if they're not tended to and talked to, they go into crime. And then they have a mental breakdown as well. So, speaking from, shooting from the hip, 58,000 is a lot of bucks. It's a sticker shock, quite honestly.
I remember that salary.
That's fully loaded. It's fully loaded.
Well, in consideration for that, then, I think I was going to bring it up to you as well, asking the chief and others to consider, not to cut, eventually we want to get to a part where we have to make those hard decisions. We hate to do it at the police department, but I'm asking, would a 30-hour position suffice versus a 40-hour position?
It's certainly something that we'll look at, but keep in mind that we're doing away with a part-time person. And since I've been employed here, I want to believe that we have had a grant to fund this position, and unfortunately the grant is no longer available. We can't do it anymore. So we've tried to be prudent. We try to look for ways to fund this position, but I think it's so important that, in my judgment, I'm hoping that we can find a way to keep it.
Is there any way to share this person with other cities in the Southwest?
It's my understanding that every city already has their.
They already have.
Yes, sir.
They do.
Just looking for creative financing.
The next position under consideration is a new network systems administrator position for the IT department. Fully loaded, this would be $83,000. The justification for this position is it would eliminate about $6,000 in third-party expenses. But more importantly, the IT department, which is also very lean, just like the city in its entirety, the IT department is anticipating some major software implementation in 2020. 3 large projects, and with the ever-increasing need to not only manage but assist in those projects, that's less time and responsiveness that they will have to assist and be the liaison to other city departments and personnel. So, and then long-term, this would pay for itself because we would be having that many more systems, and we would have one more person to help assist in the upkeep of these systems and modifications of these systems.
So are you saying that right now, what this person would do for us on staff, we're paying a third party $89,000 a year?
No, we're paying the third party about $6,000 per year. And keep in mind that we don't have somebody on staff. Tracy may be the only person. The other 2 IT specialists are not network administrators. And the burden is on Tracy right now in-house. And again, there's only 3 of them, and we're growing our technological systems immensely. Munis, we already took on the Munis Financial and HR. We're going to be doing more ERP systems within Public Works, and then the other 2 systems. And the utility billing system is going to be a huge endeavor as well. And those systems don't just get implemented, there still needs to be the support of that.
So we see that, is there a business case that we built up, and this is this is an add to staff?
Correct.
Is there not a business case that you guys completed, and perhaps with Kevin, and perhaps if we look at it, I don't know, but is there a business case that we can have on this versus just those 3 bullet points? We're talking about adding the staff, and we're talking about all the things we have to go through now.
Well, when you say a business case,
We're making a
what are
business
you
case of,
suggesting?
this network system administrator you're asking for.
Okay. In terms of what the responsibilities would be?
Yes, with the value they would bring, just the whole business case of scope of the work, responsibilities.
He's asking, basically, is that, show us where there's the value in adding this person.
And I think we do that with any type of personnel we're adding. At this point, we need to just kind of justify a good business case with it.
You know, the problem I have with adding people like this and more employees is that as the economies go up and down, then you're stuck with high salaries. And I don't know why. I mean, third-party contractors give you more cutting-edge technology. You know, you got more. You know, you can get rid of them. You know, if they don't work. You know, they.
But a lot of times it's the response time. It's finding the right third party to handle their systems, and the more. I'm not sure what word I'm looking for. The more specialized the system that you have, the more your rate's going to be for a third party person as well.
But you also don't have to pay benefits and retirement and insurance.
True.
I mean, less payroll, more 1099. I mean, more specialists you can change, you can get. I mean, you can get. I don't know how you just get a big blow. I mean, I'd rather pay the police and fire more, you know, and get less more. I'd rather them be more competitive. In fact, I was going to ask you a minute ago, what does it take to get us? You know, what does it get us to? You know, we have
the benchmark cities. Well, you have to keep in mind that all the other benchmark cities are also considering their compensation.
So I'm just wondering what would it take to get us up there? Plus, I mean, I'm just
put the dollar cost of that yet.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
But your point is a good point. I mean, we will take a look at some more. We're showing you these as consideration. The other thing to consider too with this, with our IT people, is they support everybody. So they're supporting police and fire, and we pretty much have one person that just is dedicated to police and fire with their technology and their system. So, and with implementing the things that we have, that has taken a lot of time for Tracy away from his normal duties as well. So, you know, it's again, I understand too, you know, we don't want to add a person until we feel like we absolutely need to have that person. But it is something that we're looking at, but we'll look at the cost of you know, a contract or the feasibility of that versus bringing a person on.
I mean, that goes back to the whole discussion we had earlier in the evening, how we are under this pressure in terms of the revenues, the various types of revenues that are going away, and because of that, and because of what the state is doing, that was the question that I brought forth earlier. Are we going to be able to maintain the same level of organization with the same type of quality of service that we used to? And so, is it going to be something that will materially affect the citizens if this is not done, or if it is done slower than usual, or that sort of thing? I mean, what I'm hearing from the various council members is that, you know, they're struggling trying to justify why this is needed. Not necessarily saying that it's not needed, but within the context of everything that we've talked about.
Right, and I totally understand where you're going with that, but I would say that with what's looming potentially in 2021, we may have to become more efficient. And when you talk about efficiency, you're talking about technology.
Right.
And if we don't have the staff to handle the technology, and not just to implement, but to maintain and to respond to whatever users are here at that time, then we're not going to be efficient for our citizens.
I'm not saying you don't need the staff. I'm just saying, you know, it's philosophically the way I believe in operating versus the way you're, you know.
Right.
I'd rather have a third party, a really top-notch third party contractor that agrees to the terms that we need to be there when you need them. You know, if they can't do that, then they can't work, right? I mean, it doesn't
We're
work.
not trying to cost that out.
So, but I would have somebody that I could fire easy. I wouldn't get a big bloated, you know, organization that I couldn't flex with time. You know, I mean, otherwise my own personal business couldn't operate. If I geared up with employees with the hard times, I couldn't decrease, you know.
So how was the salary level of
To contract these services out, it would be $200 to $250 an hour for an
Well, I don't pay close to that. I
That's
I get it. I'm having to learn, but I don't get it. I also don't get it with government and private sector. I mean, sometimes it seems like
Two different creatures.
but I don't think it has to be. Though. I don't think it has to be. There's many organizations that are this big out there. I mean, thank you.
Right. So how was this salary level determined?
We did a comparative study with benchmark cities.
We as a city have many complex systems that we have to manage here that protects our HIPAA information, our personally identifiable information. There's a lot of security that's around that as well. So right now the three of us are handling the network traffic, security. We're doing break fix on every machine in the city.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you don't need help, or don't get me wrong. It's just the way they're hired. So I'm just
Sure.
to get used to, you know what.
The other complexity or piece of this is that we have to get an individual in that we can vet out, because anybody that comes into the IT department has to pass the CJIS background check. If they don't have, you know, if they have the background of any kind of convictions, then we can't even allow them into the IT department. So
There's
we
many subcontractors that go through all that stuff. I mean, that stuff.
And we can do a cost.
That can be handled, that stuff.
But Mayor, did I answer your question of where the salary came from?
But is that salary level also, is it entry level, or is because of the specifications applied to that particular job description? But you've got to commit with those skill sets already in hand.
Yes. And that would be for the minimum salary at the pay grade where this position would be placed based on our comparison data.
The only tangential comment that I would add to this is a couple months ago I was invited to attend an FBI briefing at FBI at Dallas headquarters, and only 11 mayors in the city were invited, including Mayor Rawlings. We were given information to document the infiltration on municipalities and their computer systems in terms of hits and the success rates and the amount of hits being applied to the cities in the Metroplex. Quite honestly, it was frightening. And the fact that what the FBI wanted to share with us mayors is that it's a reality. It's not just a game. You don't just hear it on 6 o'clock news when you know somebody gets hit like Target or something like that. There are, every single day, the city of Dallas is being hit with thousands of attempted hack-ins. I had spoken with Tracy and Paul and Kevin about this after I had the briefing, and I think what's not showing on this particular slide is cybersecurity. And I know what Tracy's up against. We've had this discussion, and with the knowledge that I gained from this briefing by the FBI, and it was the chief agent here for Dallas, that you better get ready for it, and you better be on your toes, and you better be doing something to make sure you don't get hacked.
we have information, or we have stuff, I'm not gonna, we have stuff to do the job, to counter what the FBI is saying is happening minute by minute, not hour by hour, day by day, but minute by minute. Municipalities in the DFW Metroplex are being hit. So that's why I asked about the skill sets required to go into this job description, and possibly what is missing is cybersecurity, to make sure that we don't get hit. And that cybersecurity is not just a person, it's the ability to manage the walls, the firewalls, which is, it's a brilliant person. You're talking about it's not an intern, it's not somebody that just came out of Texas A&M with a BS in computer science. You're talking years of experience to be able to fight these hacks.
And at the minimum level, the salary is probably mid-60s, so that's really not high in that area of expertise.
And again, that's where I go back to, with all the things are said, the business case for this needs to be presented, as well as when you present a new staff position to go along with this. Because all those things still are great, but if I'm looking at 3 bullet points, that's not telling me too much more. Build a case to add a higher rating 3,000, whether it's valuable or non-valuable. It's hard to evaluate. We're just looking at 3 bullet points of this.
Yeah. And based on what I learned from the FBI, I agree, you know, I know some people that, well, I know like Mary Kay. Mary Kay leased out or had third-party IT for decades. And they just recently brought it in-house. I know somebody that did that. But they did it because they felt that they were under a social security breach, that they couldn't handle it with an outside contractor anymore. So looking at what you're saying, Monty, and I agree that there's probably some cost savings, but do we get the skill sets to counter this cyber threat that is existing today by bringing in some people on an hourly basis?
Going back to what I said a few moments ago. So now when you use different words, it kind of takes a different message. And now I can personally appreciate the significance of this, if this is what we're talking about. I looked through the budget for last year, 2019. It is right here. And you look at information technology, doesn't say a word about cybersecurity. Not in the description, not in the performance measures, not in the goals and objectives. Doesn't say a word. So my question is, what are we doing about cybersecurity? And this, I think, is the forum in which this and the retreat where we have those discussions, so that we as council members can be assured that you know, there are things that are important to the citizenry at large that are going on. But you know, I don't see it, and I bring that up because this, what we're talking about right now, could be a manifestation of that. You know, just the whole thing about having discussions, setting priorities, determining what's important, funding those, and then communicating what's happening in those areas, you know, as we progress through the fiscal year. That's basically what I'm saying.
I mean, in a time we've been talking about all night how we're going to have less, right? We're going to have less to deal with. I mean, to me, philosophically, we have to learn to operate with less. And that means lots of lots of other hit SWAT teams to do work, you know, so, I mean, if we're going to change, if the state's going to force us to change these caps and other things, and we're going to have to do with less, then we're going to have to change the way we think. I mean, we may have to change more, you know, think more like the private sector, or like what I would have to do in my regular business. I realize my business is not the same as this business exactly, but it is the same. I mean, the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers don't lie. And it's just a lot easier to get rid of something if it's third party. You know, you get a lot of employees and you can't get rid of it. You just get heavy and bloated, you know, after a while, you know, and people get more complacent, you know, you gotta think that, I'm not saying anything negative about anybody here that's an employee, please don't take, you know, because there's good people, I'm seeing good people here, what I'm seeing right now, but I just think we ought to philosophically, we have to think different. If we're gonna go into times where we're gonna have that much money, we have to really do some different calculating on what we do.
I can appreciate where you're coming from on that. But a part of being a good network or systems administrator or security agent for the city is familiarity. And if you're third partying it and
Can barely hear you,
getting-
Tracy.
What I was saying, a lot of use of this person, for a network administrator, a lot of the job is being familiar with the network and the systems and how they run on a day-to-day basis. So if you're getting a third party in and you're just bouncing people in and out, they don't get the familiarity, they don't have the benchmarks, they don't know where we started, so they don't know where we're going. And they can't do, they can't perform any measures against our baseline, basically. They can't say, oh, this is a hit, because they've never seen what it was here. So that familiarity is an important piece, so that's why it's, in my opinion, it's important to have someone who's familiar with our systems and our network and just knows our base.
Is there anywhere?
What's the hierarchy of this person? Who's this person report to?
Tracy.
Is there anywhere in the entire budget that some line item or several or an aggregate number of line items could be reduced to accommodate this increase in cost? I know you can't answer that question because that's a study. I mean, that's crawling through every department and seeing, you know, is there any way to save $10 here, 15 or 1,000 here, 2,000 there to bring in at this $83,000, $84,000 and leave the overall budget status quo? I don't know.
Well, we are talking about these positions so that you have an idea of what we're looking at. And your questions are valid questions that I will take into consideration as I formulate the budget and propose a budget to you. Again, we are looking at these things. We would not bring these things to you if we didn't think we need them. But I will also say that not all of these are going to make the proposed budget. So I'm putting these out there so that you see them and see what we're looking at. You can ask so that you provide me input and I'm hearing your questions. And we will consider all of those things as we move forward.
You know, I got to chase another rabbit, but it goes back to the issue with the insurance in terms of risk analysis, risk assessment. To me, this, where'd it go?
Right there.
This job could be actually assigned some quantifiable risk assessment if we don't have it. If we do have it, but we don't have it, what could happen to us?
Right.
You know, on a scale of 1 to 5, what's our risk of not having this person? Because the risk assessment was done on insurance. It said this is what we need to do for insurance, if I understood you correctly. So here again, we have a risk assessment to do. Say that, well, how far or how much are we at risk by not having this particular person on staff? And that risk can be quantified to raw dollars. What happens if we are hit, we go down, and somebody actually gets into our system and begins to infiltrate and move our numbers? I don't know, just throwing that out.
So in a time that we're looking at right now, we're looking to add, and again, I just hate beating that horse, but again, it goes back to business case, Kevin, because we're looking at $250,000 as an add for new salary, new personnel that I see in consideration on this budget. And I know, and I'm gonna have this, I simply will have the same question on each one of these. So I'm not sure how, as we continue to look at this, how much further we keep going back over each personnel, because this is $250,000 without enough information for me to make a good decision on adding to staff.
Right.
Not that it's not good. I'm just saying, but you're talking $250,000.
I understand. And as I said, not all of these are going to make the budget, but those are the decisions that we will make and when we propose the budget to you.
The next new position under consideration, again, as Kevin said, just under consideration, may not make the final budget, would be a library circulation supervisor. The total package for this position would be $56,000. Currently, there are very few full-time employees at the library. It's more populated with part-time employees. And one of the full-timers who is a community outreach librarian, she's performing the duties of 2 positions of her outreach librarian work and also circulation work. So adding this position would reduce extra hours put on part-time staff as well, and it would allow more greater supervision of the circulation of materials in the library and the staff, and it would also allow for future expansion of library hours to improve accessibility and better customer service. So again, just under consideration at this time. Another new position is a part-time. It's an economic development intern, and it would be a $12,000 cost, just salary, no benefits because it's part-time. This would be a college or graduate level intern, and the justification for this position is the economic development department right now currently pays $15,000 a year to 2 third-party entities for their property data search software or databases. So they need 2 different databases in order for businesses to either, for businesses interested in moving to Duncanville or businesses interested in expanding to Duncanville to have the data that they need. So this intern position would be brought in for somebody with the expertise to build the comprehensive database in-house. So the first year would be a little bit more money because you'd still be using the third-party, have the expenditures and the intern costs, but thereafter, the third-party fees would go away and you would have the internal database that the intern had created.
I'd also like to point out too that currently the fire department does not have a database like this in terms of an inventory of all the buildings in the community. And so working with the fire department, that was something that we discussed, that not only would economic development be able to utilize this database, that it could also be utilized by the fire department as well. So we could get a lot of benefit out of just one part-time person. Once that position was done, if we didn't need that position anymore, it could be eliminated very easily. And maybe if we did need something for an upkeep, maybe we'd reduce it to half-time on an intern or something of that nature. But that way, that position could go away at any time.
So what we're talking about doing is reallocating resources from contractual services into personnel.
For a short time period, yes, sir. And they go overall for a longer period, not having to pay a third party at all, or having someone internally, and hopefully absorb those, the updates and the maintenance to that database long term.
Lastly, in the personnel considerations, there are some reclassifications to some existing positions and other compensation changes under consideration. And these would be for internal equity purposes based on market analysis, and also could be dependent upon if the job duties of the existing positions have changed greatly over time. And the cost of these considerations would be about $38,000.
Just go with the librarian for just a second, just a word of caution on note, email, I'm sure you already know this, but you mentioned that the part-time person is working extra hours.
So because there's only several full-time, limited amount of full-time people, if that full-time person is out on vacation or is not there, then more part-timers have to be utilized to fill the gap in order to have the staffing that they need for the hours of operation.
So just caution it, that I think there's so many hours that a part-time person can work for the whole year before we have to consider them full-time.
So it's 1,000 hours per year. Anything over 1,000 and less than 1,500 would be considered a TMRS part-time employee, and anybody over 1,500 we have to offer benefits to.
Okay, so we're not there with this person?
No.
All right, thank you.
Good question. Okay, lots of information on this slide. We're moving now to TMRS, and these are some comparisons.
What that is.
This is the Texas Municipal Retirement System. This is our pension. And why we're bringing this forward to you is because, I think, this is based on our comparison cities, and you can see that all the cities are at a 7% contribution rate for the employee. So every full-time employee or part-time person over 1,000 hours pays 7% of their wages into TMRS.
The city rates, you see what those are down the line, and then you come to Duncanville, we are significantly lower from a city rate percentage, and that is because these other cities have updated service credits on a repeating basis, and also a cost of living adjustment or an annuity for their retirees. And you can see there's a different percentage rates, but we in Duncanville do not offer that, so that's why we contribute less. And the reason why these are important is because you want to make sure that you can attract employees, retain employees, and do right by your retirees. So what's important to note is prior to 2009, Duncanville did have an updated service credit and COLA on a repeating basis. But that was when the housing market was in trouble, and the city manager at that time decided to eliminate those enhancements. And also TMRS at that time changed their actuarial calculation. So that's why we eliminated that. And so you can see, we are significantly less than the other cities. And again, for recruitment and retention purposes and for our own retirees, it could be an impactful situation.
Now, Richard, what does that do to our liability?
So
That would increase our liability.
So moving to the next slide, good question, sir. So these are some different scenarios.
Wait, I'm sorry. How many of our staff are participating in the?
We have 257 contributing members who are active now, and we have 225 active retirees. So in comparison, here's where we rank amongst the 15 cities with respect to the number of retirees and number of contributing members. But that's neither here nor there. It's more of the, we don't offer those enhancements to TMRS.
Right, okay, thanks.
You're welcome. So this slide just shows there, if we did an update, so let me explain to you what updated service credit is on a very high level. I'm not a TMRS expert, but an updated service credit. The updated service credit affects the current employees, and it's how the pension is calculated for employees, and especially if employees have had a promotion and their salary has been affected greatly over time. Offering an updated service credit at a certain percentage would impact their pension for when they do retire. Whereas the cost of living adjustment for active retirees is a little bit more tricky of a calculation, but that's based on the consumer price index. And it would be, if you're a retiree, what was the cost of living when you retired versus what's the cost of living now? And if you go with like a 30% COLA, it would take 30% of the difference and apply that calculation towards what the retirees may get. But it could also be negative if the retirees' cost of living was greater than versus now, they may not get an increase, if that makes sense. But again, we weren't offering any of these, so we reached out to TMRS and asked them based on, for next year, for 2020, if we did these certain different scenarios, ad hoc would be a one-time only basis, whereas repeating would be every year. And I have this column highlighted in yellow because in 2016 and 17, that was the last time we did an ad hoc at 100% updated service credit and a 50% COLA. And if we did that again for 2020, it would be an increase of $211,000 to our budget. So you can see if you do it on a repeating basis, which a lot of cities do, how impactful that would be for us to start over again into that kind of repeating business. And because we quit, it's more expensive to start over again.
Is that amount, that breakdown amount included in that benefit packet of those other individuals that you were talking about adding to staff?
Yes.
Is that included in that benefit packet?
Yes, their 7% contribution,
It's
and then the
included in
city's it will be 7.67% next year of the city's contribution. And just so you know what constitutes an updated service credit, according to GASB, and Richard can probably talk about this more, if you do an updated service credit 1 out of 2 years and 2 out of 5 years, GASB considers that a repeating situation. So because we did this in 2016 and 17, and we instituted one of these scenarios for 2020, we wouldn't be falling under those two categories. So we could do one as an ad hoc basis, if that makes sense. So again, this is just something for consideration as
Why are we being asked to consider this based on earlier comments by Richard, like it's gonna be nearly impossible, it's gonna be a nightmare to prepare a budget based on unknowns?
Correct. It's just come up every year in council.
The council has brought this up the last several years. You may recall that in October during the council retreat, there was a specific request to speak about benefits, and TMRS being one of those.
By the individual.
Well, there was more than one. But what we said, and what I have said repeatedly, is we will look at it. We don't want to do it every year because of the GASB requirements. If we could, we would try to do an ad hoc as we can to try to get closer to that annually repeating number. But it's a big number. You know, does it have an effect? You know, those who look at coming here from other cities or leaving from here and going to other cities, it's a consideration when they look at the TMRS factor. You know, but as far as when we look at this compared to everything else, you know, we have other needs. So, but we bring this to you for your knowledge, and just so you know too, all of the things that we are trying to balance and deal with. But the other night, when the chief gave his presentation on the IACP report, the council member said we should be publicizing our TMRS and our benefits to recruits and to retain our police employees. We do. But we're not fully competitive with our other cities, and I just want to make sure that you all realize that.
And I can tell you, as somebody who does the onboarding for all new employees, especially public safety employees, TMRS is very important to them. Okay, so lastly, we have two programs under consideration, or for your consideration. First would be, again, in terms of recruitment and retention, it's like a running theme. That would be a tuition reimbursement program. We currently do not offer that to our current employees, so we're considering a tuition reimbursement program for our full-time employees initially. And again, there's 4 points as to what the benefits of it would be: to attract top talent, to reduce turnover, because studies show that employees who participate in a program such as this are 50% more likely to stay with the organization 5 years later, increase productivity, and more promotable employees because of the knowledge that they receive. As I said, it would be available to full-time employees. We would offer, just initially, you know, what we came up with would be a 50% reimbursement rate of their tuition for up to a $5,250 per year, which coincides with the tax rate. And the total program cost, assuming 8 employees would take advantage of it a year, would be about $42,000 a year.
Is there any way to set a dollar bucket on this? I mean, because you say first come, first serve, but if we have a dollar bucket of $40,000, then X number of people can apply, but when that bucket is exhausted, there's no more applications accepted.
Yes. That's my thought on how it would be operative. Yes.
Would it be any other set criteria other than what you have there?
So it has to be job related. So the employee would submit information via forms to let us know what the program is, and then HR would evaluate that with the city manager's office to determine if that's job relatable, and if it is, then they would be applicable to the reimbursement. There are some different considerations. You could say only the core courses which are job related would apply, and then other kind of courses, you know, that aren't, that are part of their requirement for their degree but may not be job related, perhaps they wouldn't. We haven't really dived that deeply into the logistics of it. We're just looking high level at the program to try to enhance our employees to be more promotable and to attract more people.
Yeah, I love the tuition reimbursement program. I just hope when you look at it, you'll put some more meat to it as well.
Okay.
When you come to the development, action plan for the employee, as well as the talent profile for the employee as well.
Okay.
Making succession planning for later positions within the city.
Mark, they're not gonna let me take basket weaving.
No, they're not.
I already told Richard that his basket weaving course won't count.
Is this undergraduate and graduate?
Yes, sir. Yes. They would have to maintain a certain grade level. Undergraduate would be a C, graduate level is usually a B for passing the courses for tuition reimbursement programs.
I think that's a good selling point for staff.
And lastly, as proposed by the police department, would be a SWAT training and duty stipend. And this would actually apply to police officers and the paramedics who are members of our SWAT team. The stipend would cover their general and negotiator training that is required of SWAT members, and also on-call pay. And from what I understand, a lot of our members who are on the SWAT team, when they do go to training, they go on their own time. So they're not being really reimbursed for the training that is required of them. The total cost would be, so there's currently 23 SWAT members. We're looking at $150 per month stipend, times 12 months would be $41,000, and then the FICA and TMRS, you see we add that in, would be this amount. The total cost of the program would be $47,000.
So we're sending training for free?
I think sometimes.
What, I'm sorry?
We're saying they're training, they're going to training.
Sometimes they go on their own time.
Well,
That's free.
Our SWAT unit is an acronym for Special Weapons and Tactics. It's a very highly trained unit that we would use in the event we have a barricaded person, active shooter, executing a narcotic search warrant. They are required to have 16 additional training hours per month. If you don't have that training, you're not allowed to be a SWAT team member. And so obviously we pay overtime for anything above their regular work week. But this is, as Todd indicated, this is a stipend. It's almost like a field training officer. It's an additional assignment than what they currently do. Many of the SWAT team members, they may be assigned to patrol, they may be a detective, they could be assigned to personnel and training. They fully understand that when they need to be activated, regardless of whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they respond.
No, but my question is, currently, they're going through this program and we're not paying them to go through this
So
program.
maybe I
So they
misspoke,
may-
Chief.
Well, they pay.
Well, when you say not paying them, I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking.
I stated that they may not be getting hours for their training.
Yes, their training over and above their 40-hour work week
So I misspoke.
is overtime.
Okay.
My fault. But the on-call, they're always on call, and that's a big factor. So again, the total of that program would be $47,000.
So this is a recurring cost. This is not a one-time.
That is correct.
This is a recurring hit.
Right. Just like last year, we instituted the on-call pay for Public Works and UB.
This is again, just looking at how do we retain the employees that we have in the police department. And when we did the ICP study and it looked at our pay and benefits, this was one thing that popped up is we don't have this. A number of our competitor cities do that have a SWAT team. It's a benefit that we have that because we have that resource available. It also is a selling point, a recruiting point for police officers that we have that they know that they could move into that. But we're also looking at how are the different ways that we can keep our people here.
And other cities do offer this as well.
Yeah, other cities do that.
So this is an outgrowth of that study that we talked about?
Yeah, Chief, did this come out of that ICP study?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Who's up next?
So, you want to take a break? You want to
Yeah,
stop now or?
Is HR done?
Yes.
Yes,
How
sir.
about we stop for the night? Since HR was done, pick up where we're leaving off tomorrow. Is that all right?
Works for me.
Okay.